you later.
Slayer.
Up, Nova. Hey, Quokka.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen einen Helden, Chief. Gebt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Das ist ja ein richtiger Auflauf.
Wenn Sie mich auf Knien sehen wollen, muss ich Sie enttäuschen.
Sind Sie sicher?
World record day? Probably not, but be happy with the PB.
Wie schön, dass Sie...
I could world record, but I'd have to get a little lucky and fluke it. I'm just trying to improve consistency right now. I definitely am improving as well.
Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
In Ordnung. Wer hat Sie wütend gemacht?
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Dich machen.
Lass mich das machen, Kameraden. Mann, ey.
Waffenschränke öffnen.
That's bad. It's extra bad. Okay, somehow it worked out. Kinda surprised.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem
Cortana,
Innern der Athen, genau wie bei
Lagenwelt.
der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine
Allianz.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
No. First fly of the day.
Na los, Chief! Hier lang!
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am. Wir sind am Bord.
Auftaufen.
Erste Echelon zu mir.
Eindringlinge im
Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor.
Feuerkontrollzentrum, die haben
Schaltet
eine
sie
Bombe.
nacheinander auf. Zweite Echelon,
Der Chief
kümmert
muss
euch
mir
um
aber
die
helfen,
Träger.
an die Zündkapsel heranzukommen.
Hat die Malta die Eindringlinge getroffen?
10 Kreuzer, 2 Sturmträger.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei. Ich glaube es nicht. Jetzt ziehen Sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger.
German. I thought this was
Admiral,
English.
Schnäpsen Sie sich den zweiten vor.
Hey, das ist übel.
Konrad, folgt mir.
Wirklich übel.
Oh, come on. Please. That's bullshit. Stop shooting at me, dickheads.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir.
Ugh, it's so
Das
slow.
Überfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen.
I don't want to restart.
Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
It's not that bad.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Yeah, there's a very big difference. They're timed differently, they have different physics, they have different tricks. You walk faster and you jump higher on Master Chief Collection. You slide jump further. Ghost launches are further. All the vehicles are faster. Mouse and keyboard controls let you do things on the Banshee that you can't do on controller. So like you can flip the Banshee like sideways while going forward because you can flick a mouse back and forth. Even on 10 sensitivity on a controller it's impossible. There's a bunch of physics differences. That glitch I was doing at the start of Cairo Station where I went through the wall, that only works on Classic. They're just different games. You don't really compare them. There's loading screens on Master Chief Collection, so they pause the timer between each level. So they pause the timer like 15 times during an MCC run. The timer never pauses during one of these runs. They're just like completely different categories, completely different runs.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Wir haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum die mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Okay, weiter, weiter! Ziel neutralisiert. Drückt weiter nach. Grunt, now. Neuer Kontakt.
Die Allianz will sich neu formieren. Verhindern Sie das.
You can turn off the scoring screen if you turn off scoring. Like, you have to get rid of the timer and the score. But there's also loading screens as well. It definitely does get rid of those screens. At least it used to. There's still the loading screen though.
Okay, aber ich darf den Sender bestimmen.
Classic, the version I'm playing on Halo 2 Original, actually has more loading time than people think. Whenever you're between levels, it shows those white screens. It like stays solid white for a few seconds while I skip the cutscene. That all adds up to over a minute of like white screen between levels. It's almost 2 minutes worth of loads on Classic compared to MCC. There's also the in-level loads. Like, whenever I get a checkpoint, the game lags for like a few frames, and whenever it says loading done, the game lags for a few frames. They don't count that on Master Chief Collection, so really it's like 3 minutes of total loads difference because of lag and loading. be a
In
smooth
dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines
operator.
eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Braves. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
Come on, Warthog, help me out. Never love you.
Sir, Corporal Perez, Kompanie A, Kommandostand ist da drüben. Der Lieutenant wurde beim Absprung getroffen.
Wer hat jetzt das Kommando, Corporal?
Sergeant Banks, Ma'am. Er ist oben. Kommen Sie, ich zeig's Ihnen. Als ich Verstärkung anforderte, dachte ich nicht an einen Spartan. Wir stecken in Schwierigkeiten. Diesen Blick, das ist pures Entsetzen. Marine, habe ich Ihnen das Jammern erlaubt? Das hält wohl kaum an. Köpfe runter. Das Ding fängt wirklich an, mich anzukotzen. Marines, wir holen uns einen Scarab.
Am I going to play on Insignia? I have Insignia set up, but nobody really plays, so I don't really play it. Get down! No, man. Okay, thank you.
Vorsichtig, Chief. Dieser Elite war ein Ultra und diese Piloten sind auch nicht von Pappe.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
Oh god. Okay. You have 2 jumps worth of time to get that. So you get 2 sword flies on the first jump, 2 sword flies on the second jump. If you miss it then, you basically die, or you have to lose like 20 seconds. I got it at the very last moment. Nice. Yeah, I'm in German. It's the fastest version. Man, I've been messing that up.
Kümmert euch um ihn, Brüder. Ich verteidige das Orakel. Seine Wahrheit soll nie verstummen.
Yeah, for Insignia, Maddie. I don't really care to Part of the fun of Xbox Live back in the day was that you could hop on at any minute of the day and play with your friends or with matchmaking, and you would just find games around your strength. Like, I don't want to have to, like, schedule playdates and shit. It's not the same. I already was able to do that with Xbox Connect. Or X-Link Kai. It's not quite the same. Are you kidding me? And I didn't get the checkpoint either.
Die Ketzer mobilisieren ihre Luftstreitkräftegebiete. Schnappt euch ihren Anführer, aber passt auf. Ich schicke einen Phantom zu unterstützen.
Yeah, I mean, it is really, really cool to see the, just the fact that you can hear the message noise, like the boom, whenever you get a message, or like the seeing the menus, seeing all the shit. It's definitely a nostalgia trip. It's really cool. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm really impressed with Insignia. I'm just not gonna play it because it's kind of it's not the same, you know, for the reasons I just said. It's really cool that it exists though. Like, it just technologically, the fact that they've restored all of the functionality, the DLC menus are there, the sounds, the clans, the ranks, the matchmaking, all of the playlists, all of the maps, like, all of that's really incredible. Just the fact that any of that exists.
Verwendet eine Holodrohne. Muss ganz nah sein. Komm raus, damit wir dich töten können.
Stellt euch auf.
Yeah, and it's not only Halo 2, it's like all of, like, not every Xbox Live game, but like most of the OG Xbox games.
Anführer! Bleibt! Die Flat greift uns an.
Pretty fast. OG Xbox is retro now? Shut up. It's the new hit console. Shut your mouth. Not yet, grinding gamer. POA is turning out to be the hardest mission to do AUP on for Halo 1. Part of the reason is there's no vehicles, so you can't delete, like, it's not as easy to, like, splatter or delete an invisible player. There's not even any turrets. The load zones are a little complicated. The way, like, can I make this? Nope, not quite. Well, I guess I'm just gonna have a low sword. Guess I'll just fucking die. Well, Project Cartographer isn't the same as Classic, so... Insignia is actually playing on an OG Xbox that's actually the same as Classic, so that's the reason. People that want to play the real game. I have no interest in playing Master Chief Collection because it's not the real game. I have no interest in playing in Project Cartographer because it's not the real game. They've done a really good job with Project Cartographer to make it close, but, like, you can never perfectly emulate the lag. Like, as weird as it sounds, like, the game being laggy was part of the gameplay back in the day. Like, it didn't run at the smooth 60 FPS, custom, like, FOV, 144 hertz monitors and shit, like... You were dealing with the product of the times, and that meant fighting with the hardware of the times. I know a lot of people just think that lag is like inherently bad, but I don't think it's an improvement to be able to add all these modern features to these old games that were designed around old hardware. One of my biggest complaints is FOV changes. You can change the view model and frame, field of view on the modern Halos, and that literally changes the way the game plays. For instance, like on a normal map like Midship's like the most popular Halo 2 map. You can go stand on the top of P3, the top of the highest base, and you can look down and you can shoot people. It's a very powerful spot on the map. Like, everyone knows that if you can control the top of pink, then you're in a pretty good position. On Master Chief Collection, you can change your field of view so that when you're up there, you can see literally the entire map. That wasn't possible in the original version. You had to look left and right to control the whole map. So now you don't even have to like move your aim at all. You can see people spawn instantly. You know exactly where people are without having to look. So now it's like taken away part of the skill of controlling the game because you just naturally do it with higher field of view. The higher field of view really changes the game, and it really makes it like worse in my opinion. Pretty good. Like, you shouldn't be able to control the entire map without moving your crosshair. You shouldn't just be able to look in one spot and see the entire world. Yeah, High Impact Halo was fun. Yeah, mouse and keyboard controls also have fundamentally changed the way the vehicles function.
Anführer, der Sturm erreicht uns. Wir können die Stellung nicht halten. Bringt die Phantoms zur Mine. Wir gehen erst, wenn der Anführer der Ketzer tot ist.
It added features that are impossible on a controller, which is pretty lame. Yeah, I'm 48 seconds total behind world record right now, Chadwick. Don't add the times together. Just look at the most recent red number. I was 8 seconds behind, and now I'm 48 seconds behind.
Krieger, zurück zur Landezone. Der Gebieter geht weiter nach oben, trennt die Station ab und scheucht die Ketzer aus dem Loch. Mögen unsere Herren ihre Hand führen. Halten Sie das Schwert bereit. Dem wird das Kabel kommen. Alle meine Phantoms sind in der Luft, Gebieter. Los, trennen Sie das Kabel durch.
Where would I have died, Wormo? Haven't even been close to death anywhere.
Das ist einer. Bei den Propheten. Die Station schlingert ja vielleicht.
Oh, the heretics with carbines don't deal normal melee damage. They're not scary.
Das hat gereicht. Die Station ist im freien Fall. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist unterwegs. Lasst ihn nicht entkommen. Wir bleiben hier, solange es geht.
Because it doesn't work on the real version of the game. It only works on Master Chief Collection and the fake versions of the game. Nikos?
Halten das Tempo so gut es geht. Welch ein Wahnsinn. In einem Banshee entkommt ihr diesen Strudel nie. Moment, der Hangar. Dort war ein Seraph-Kampfjäger. Gebietet.
Checkpoint? Checkpoint? No. Never lucky. What are these spawns? Dude, what are you doing there? I'm not gonna die here, am I? That should be good as long as I don't get ricocheted. Good. Yeah, they're different categories, they're different games.
Wir haben die Prophetensieger gekauft, Gebieter. Mit einem neuen Kommando, einer neuen Flotte oder einem Versprechen.
This was a really good Oracle. I don't think it's quite gold split, but it's kind of close, I think.
Wie viele andere Einrichtungen erforscht auch diese den Schmarotzer. Aber wo sind die Waffengebieter? Was ist herausgesprungen? All die investierte Zeit und Mühe unserer Blutväter, nur um diesen Geschöpf auf
It might be a gold split. Is it?
Und wo sind jetzt diese Götter, die uns die Propheten anbieten lassen? Transzendiert? Wohl kaum. Kommen Sie, Gebieter.
It's not, but it's still good. Yeah, very, very good. Would have been a gold split if I got good spawns in that conveyor belt room.
Sir, wir müssen diese Geschütze neutralisieren.
No.
Weglaufen, weglaufen.
Artillerie ausgeschaltet, Sergeant. Landezone ist sicher. Vorerst.
Verstanden. Wir gehen runter. Stellung halten.
Leichter gesagt als getan. Phantoms im Anmarsch, Chief.
No, why did you spawn there? Spawns this time. That part's pretty frustrating because the spawns for the ghosts are just random. Sometimes you get more or less. There's nothing you can do about it. I answered the question already, Grizzly, when I passed it, but it doesn't work on this version. It only works on fake versions of the game. This is the original game. Not Master Chief Collection.
Immer noch nichts von der In-Amber-Klett im Netz der Allianz. Mensch. Die Allianz weiß von unserer Landung, aber hält uns nicht für besonders gefährlich. Na, die werden sich wundern. Ihren Gardisten.
Didn't have any milk this morning, Vetro. So it was normal. Without any milk. Oh, right this way. There's some weapons that don't carry over. I think beam rifle maybe doesn't for some reason, even though it's supposed to. You can still carry over on MCC. Some versions they broke it though. I don't know. I don't play MCC. Game's bad.
Dieser See ist nicht durch vulkanische Aktivität entstanden. Das heißt, er wurde entweder absichtlich errichtet oder entstand durch irgendeine Katastrophe. Sorry, wollten Sie jemanden umbringen?
Oh, maybe you need a beam rifle. I think rockets don't work, even though they should. Do a beam rifle instead of rockets, or pick up one of the plasma rifles.
Die Blutsväter haben diese neuen Anlagen wohl
I think you can't do rockets.
als Schutz. Das ist
Yeah,
aber reine
Vetro.
Spekulation. Erst
Thank you for
muss
the
ich noch
prime.
gründlicher nachgucken.
Right this way, right this way.
Verstehe. Da ist ein versunkener Abschnitt, der die
Hier.
Türme mit den Anlagen
Skirp.
verbindet.
Blurp.
Wir gehen da wohl runter.
Skirpity burp.
Außer ihr wollt schwimmen. Ich habe eine sichere Übertragung vom Träger des Propheten an irgendwas namens High Charity abgefangen. Es scheint eine formelle Entschuldigung zu sein an die Propheten der Wahrheit und der Gnade. Der Prophet der Wahrheit hatte wohl offensichtlich etwas vorschnell gehandelt, als er die Erde angriff. Er bittet die anderen Propheten, ihm sein verfrühtes Eintreffen zu verzeihen. Er behauptet, dass ihn niemand vor menschlicher Präsenz dort gewarnt hätte. Das erklärt, warum seine Flotte nur aus ein paar Schiffen bestand. Seltsam, dass ein Prophet nur so dürftige Informationen über die Heimatwelt seines Feindes hat.
This is a really good run. I know we're 32 seconds behind record right now, but being only 30 seconds behind record at this point is pretty good. Come on. Don't snipe. No, they broke my camo. I didn't get the checkpoint either. Okay, I got a kind of close one. Okay, lost some time there. It wasn't too bad though. Checkpoint was close. I think switching to Unreal is probably a good call. I've talked about this a bunch this last week, but if it allows them to hire people who already have experience with Unreal Engine, they should be able to hire more competent people. I think one of the struggles they've had as a company is that they hire people and then they have to teach them the Halo engine. Halo is not it's not something unless you've worked on it that you have experience with. So they have to they hire a guy and then he has to spend his first few months figuring out how to work on Halo. Hopefully that no longer has to happen. So now they can hire a guy and he can immediately start working because he understands the Unreal system. That should probably be good, but obviously they've released a bunch of bad games, so I'm keeping my expectations low until we see the game. I just want a complete game. I want a game with features that work. I want Forge, I want theater, I want custom games, I want matchmaking, I want no desync, I want no crashes, I want my hit reg to hit. And I know that sounds like a lot, but it shouldn't be, because we haven't had that in like the last 5 Halo games. Launching without Forge is just a death sentence for the game. If they launch another Halo game and it doesn't have some sort of map editor, some sort of custom game creator on launch, then the game is basically dead on arrival. I don't know why they keep making this mistake, thinking they can punt Forge to a year and a half after release. If there's, like, the community is obviously going to be the largest at the very start when there's hype. Like, I mean, maybe not obviously, but when a brand new game comes out, usually that's, like, the largest the community's gonna be. Some games like Apex have had, like, ups and downs and then skyrocketed. But in general, you need to capitalize on the momentum from the beginning. If you like add these tools a year later, it's too late. Everyone left. You need the creative minds playing the game so that you can have cool creative game types. If there's nobody playing the game, then why does it matter if we have cool Forge tools? There's nobody to make cool shit. Can you jump to the other gondola? That one? Wouldn't want to. Going the wrong way. But yeah, you can jump over there.
Allianz hat mehrere Phantom-Geschwader gestartet. So viele kann ich nicht ordnen. Wir haben keine Zeit mehr.
Vetro, did you see I have Halo 1 AUP working?
Holt ihn euch.
I turned into the Sword Elite on AOTCR, which was pretty sick.
Hier sind überall Ehrengardisten. Gut aufpassen.
Ich töte es selbst.
Where? Why are you facing the wrong way? Okay, that was good. We're ahead of record now.
Schlechte Nachrichten. Die Phantoms drehen um. Die Flotte wird auf unsere Stellung feuern. Wir müssen hier raus.
It's the brain wrinkles. No, my wrinkly brain, it's too heavy. Sucks.
Ihr nähert euch einem Schildgenerator. Viele meiner armen Brutes fielen bei dem Versuch, ihn auszuschalten. Mal sehen, ob ihr besser seid. Sie haben die Energiequelle des Shits erreicht, Gebieter. Überlassen Sie Ihre Riegel. Bei den Zwecken der Force auf die Waffen anzugreifen, besonders wenn die
Have you ever been ahead of the record before? I mean, yeah, I'm ahead of it right now. I've been like 40 seconds ahead at this point before. I'm way actually behind now that I lost like 20 seconds to the start of this level, but yeah, I've been ahead a bunch of times. I was ahead by like 40 seconds yesterday.
Der Weg zur Bibliothek ist frei. Ich nehme euch auf dem Vorsprung da vorne auf. Verdammte Maschinen. Durchbrechen Sie die Wand selbst, Gebieter.
Alright, I lost like 20 seconds there. So we're pretty much guaranteed to be red by 10 seconds after this level. But hopefully I can get a good rest of the SI. Mitigate the time loss.
Weiter zum Ziel! Wir bleiben hier, solange es geht! Schafft es mir vom Hals! Sperrfeuer! Sperrfeuer!
Oh, I'm dead. Dead. At least I got a checkpoint. I came out too late and they shot me.
Sperrfeuer! Sperrfeuer!
That wasn't that bad. 15 more seconds or something. Alright. Bad Sacred Icon overall. But we continue. Even if this isn't going to be world record pace anymore, I can still PB. It's really encouraging just to be ahead of record this late. Zoob is going down soon. I think starting in November I'm going to do like similar to my subathon, a hardcore everyday grind for like 6 to 8 hours every day. We're gonna do a subathon number 2. The first subathon I did, I basically grinded easy the entire time to get the easy world record. I think I'm gonna do the same thing starting in November to go for the legendary world record. What do you guys think? You'll get it on day 4. I mean, if I get it early, I get it early, but I'm thinking about doing subathon number 2. I have a vacation planned October 25th, so I can't really start the grind yet. I think starting in November is a good time anyway, because that's the 20th anniversary for Halo 2. But I think it'll be good. But the thing is, I can't commit to streaming like all day every day unless people like actually support the stream with like tips and subscribers and stuff. So I'll need to have some. I'll try to change the format up from my last subathon a little, but I'll need to have something that like encourages you guys to keep supporting the stream through subscribers and tips. Because otherwise, I don't have a job. I can't justify streaming all day every day, you know?
Gebieter, was tun Sie hier?
Last person to sub gets a prize. That'd be funny. I was owning him. Where his rockets go? This guy had rockets. Where the fuck did they go? Am I what? Did they just disappear? Bro's got magic disappearing guns? Alright. Keep your secrets.
elender Hund!
This was a pretty good fight. I think that's everybody? Yeah, it is. That's a really good fight. I'm gonna take this back. Stop shooting at things. Oh, this is bad. Please end. They don't all have to die. Please end. Please end. They don't all have to die. Please end. Just end. Thank you. Do I live in a condo or own a house? No. I live in an apartment that I pay rent on every month.
Los, Gebieter, wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach.
And the rent is too damn high.
Weiter geht's, bin unterwegs.
Well, the sponsorship's already over, Valence, so you don't have to like it anymore. It was a kind of fun game. Did you really just blow up my ghost? Okay, I did get the checkpoint. The sponsorship ended this morning. I got up and checked how long was left on the campaign, and it said like 45 minutes, and I was on level 30. So I quickly rushed to get to board 31 so that I could earn extra money on the Monopoly Go sponsor. Oh my god. I barely made it in time. But I got more money because of it. The way that the like tiers were set up was I got more money the further like people made it. So if you made it to level 18, I got money, and then if you made it to level 31, I got money. And I was at 30, so I was like, I gotta get to 31. Alright, so the world record dream is dead. But we can still PB. This is a good run. Either way, this is a good run.
Da oben, der Schmarotzer will angreifen.
We got a 5-minute break. When was the last time I held world record? For legendary, it's been a few years. On easy, I currently hold the record. I'm not sure exactly when, but it's been a while. Glad you like the content, Life Mental. My Cairo world record's sick, but you should also check out my Delta Halo records. I'll copy paste them for you. I think my Cairo Legendary is definitely one of my best. But you should watch both of those as well, because those are also insane. I would say my top 3 most impressive speedruns for levels are Cairo Legendary, Delta Halo Legendary, and Delta Halo Easy. But actually, a lot of my level records I've been setting recently are good. Metro's really good. Metro Easy and Metro Legendary are both good. If you haven't watched Metro Easy, that one's pretty cool. No, Metro Easy is cooler than Legendary. That one's sick. Thanks, Grueling.
Los, Gebieter, zum Symbol!
Alright, we're a minute behind record. Still a good run. Gotta clutch out.
Brutes. Je schneller man diese Brutes umlegt, desto besser.
Der Dämon hat die Ratskammer infiltriert. Schützt die Hierarchen. Ausgänge verschließen.
Oh, das wohl nicht.
I post my glitches basically as soon as I find them. I don't hide things.
Setzen Sie mich auf einer der Säulen daneben
Alright,
der
let's-
Tür ab.
Where's my personal list? These are PB splits. Let's compete against these.
Dieser Prophet, Wahrheit, er hat den Index, er darf ihn nicht behalten. Ich kümmere mich um diese Türen. Los, Wahrheit wird einfacher aufzuspüren sein, wenn ich im Netz bleibe.
No. Should be fine. Don't kill me.
Gleich da lang.
A little risky there. Seems like Florida's still on the map. Nice. Yeah, how much damage it's estimated? Was it bad or was it like not as bad as they were expecting? I haven't been keeping up with it. I guess they probably don't really know the full extent yet. Oh my gosh. Wow, there's no way I died there and got sent all the way back to here? That's crazy.
Gleich da lang.
That's annoying. I should have like 3 checkpoints between there. I'll get one right here, look. No, I didn't. Usually you do. Should get one right down here. I guess I'm just not getting checkpoints. That's annoying. I shouldn't have died there. That's actually a bullshit death.
Einen Augenblick. Ich empfange Marine EFF-Transponder-Signale. Die Signale stammen von irgendwo unterhalb ihrer Position.
It is an issue on both versions. You just have to go fast enough to not get it.
Hier, Herr Chief, springen Sie rein.
Ausgezeichnet. Der Prophet sendet von unterwegs. Das macht es uns leichter, ihn zu finden.
Oh, come on. Please. Please. Don't snipe me. Okay. Could be worse. Ain't no way, dude. I'm back at the fucking lift. Oh, this was gonna PB. Ugh, that's brutal.
Ausgezeichnet. Der Prophet sendet von unterwegs. Das macht es uns leichter, ihn zu finden.
Oh, I lost over a minute there. I was coming down the ramp at 520, now we're gonna be at like 625. Yeah. Last death I was 520 right here. Now it's 625. Cool.
Ich habe den Propheten bei diesem Turm lokalisiert, Chief. In der Nähe gibt es einen Ausgang. Schnell!
versammeln sich die Ratsmitglieder auf Halo, um das Symbol sicher parat zu legen.
Mit wie vielen Störsystemen die Allianz mich auf den Sender gibt. Keine Sorge, ist alles ziemlich.
I think I can still technically PB.
Dass eine feindliche Intelligenz
Maybe not though.
angreift.
Maybe not.
Ich habe das Orakel gefragt und es bestätigt unsere sehnlichste Hoffnung.
That revert save time. 3 million people without power? That's crazy.
Wer wollte den Propheten misstrauen? Sagten wir jemals etwas voraus, das nicht eingetroffen ist?
Grunt birthday parties on this version. It actually has a different effect on this version. It has a cooler effect on this version than on MCC. Sputnik would be helpful, but it's so late in the run, and the way it helps is so precise that it's only like segmented that it would help. But in a perfect world, I would pick up Sputnik if I was like a robot.
Wenn wir den Propheten fangen wollen, müssen wir eine Abkürzung nehmen. Quer durch das Mausoleum. Sehen Sie das mal positiv. Momentan scheinen Sie mehr daran interessiert zu sein, sich gegenseitig.
Fly, you fools! Okay. I lived, I think. Okay. A little scary there.
Sie sollten erwägen, einfach nur abzuwarten. Ein Moment, ich empfange 2 weitere Transponder. Es sind der Commander und Johnson. Sie nähern sich der Position des Propheten, Chief. Sie brauchen Ihre Hilfe. Hier lang, Chief.
Oh, come on, at least I got the checkpoint.
Das ist nicht gut. Ich erhalte bestätigte Berichte, dass die Flood das Wrack der in Emberclad verlässt. Wir sollten den Index holen und einen Weg hier raussuchen, bevor es wirklich ungemütlich wird.
Okay, if I tie my golds, I can still PB. Even if I don't PB, this is still a good run. 123 is very fast for Classic. Only me and Zoo have gone this fast.
Haben uns verraten. Die Ratsmitglieder.
You're not gonna kill me. Is this the only run I'll do today? No, I'll do another run right after this.
Elite Widerstand. Fragt die anderen.
It went well. It's over now. So we never have to talk about him again unless they give me more money. But yeah, it was cool. Alright, my PB is a 123.33. My gold splits are a 123.22. I just gotta tie golds. Come on, buddy. No, don't run away. Why? Why? Come back. Friend. I'm right here. I'm right here. Where are you going? My golds! Alright, PV's dead. That was really fast. Too fast even. Did I save it? Not quite. Ugh. I'll keep going. I don't want to restart. We'll finish the run out. No, it wasn't that the news outlets were peddling fear. This was like actually the biggest storm ever out of the Atlantic. This wasn't the news lying. Just because it got weaker as it got near the coast, it wasn't lying. It was literally the biggest storm that's ever been recorded. It was an anomalous event that could have, and I mean, it's not even over. People have died. You say that they fearmongered, but millions of people evacuated, and there's still going to be hundreds of deaths. To call that fear-mongering is just wrong. This was something that produced more tornadoes in Florida than have been seen in 1,000 years. Just because it wasn't quite as bad as, like, maybe Hurricane Katrina, like, doesn't mean it was being fear-mongered. Yeah, tornadoes don't happen in Florida. That's the thing. This was a very big deal. Even if it wasn't quite as bad as people were predicting, it still was a very big deal, and they were right to fearmonger. They were right to tell people to get out. I think saying that it was fearmongering is doing a disservice to the weather service and to all of the people who next time will be told to evacuate. Well, Y2K actually was overhyped. There was like legit fear-mongering with Y2K. Yes, there could have been computer glitches, but computers don't even operate on a 1 to 1,000. They operate on a base 2 system. The the Y2K stuff was literally like fear-mongering. That's like on the order of like December 21st, 2012 or whenever that was, when the Mayans predicted the world would end. That was fear-mongering. Like, that was straight up like fear-mongering. People thought the world was going to end because the Mayan calendar ended. Very few computer systems were affected by Y2K. There was potential, but it wasn't as bad as people were thinking. And you're right, it was prevented, but it was prevented by virtue of computers being based on twos, not thousands. It was probably 1970, Zud, I think. Not 1980, but yeah. The way epoch time works is January 1st, 1970 is the beginning of time for computers. No. Wow, we're all the way back here. Do I have a software background? Yeah, I have a degree in computer engineering. I used to be a software engineer at Microsoft. That's not good. Fuck that up. I shouldn't have stuck him. I don't know why I did that. That's what's supposed to happen. Wait. That's better. Yeah, I haven't been at Microsoft for quite a few years. I don't have a real job right now. Streaming's my only source of income. So I really appreciate anybody who subscribes and donates and supports the stream. What advice would I give to someone trying to become a software engineer? For interviews, practice like leak code problems because that's kind of like the average interview. Know what you're talking. Don't like just like learn the like solutions though. Like actually understand them. Learn about the complexity of time because they ask those in interviews. They'll ask you like the big O notation of like ON versus ON squared and things like that. Know simple like data structures like linked lists, how to navigate them, hash maps, dictionaries, and then just practice programming. Make something, build something. It doesn't have to be good, just program. The more experience you have with programming, the less scary those interviews are. But most of the big company interviews are all the same. They ask like very similar to leak code questions. If you truly understand that stuff, then the interview is easier than the real job. When I was at Microsoft, we used C# Link, Entity Framework, things like that. Did I get a nice bag? Yeah, Microsoft pays really well. I'm broke now because I haven't worked there in quite a few years, but yeah, they pay really well. Yeah, you can't really fake it in programming. It's pretty obvious pretty quick if you're faking it. What made me leave? Work culture, politics. It's a long story, but there's 1,000 different teams at Microsoft. It's basically 1,000 tiny companies inside of one big company. So depending on who your manager is and like who your teammates are, you can have completely different experiences. When I was on my first couple teams, I really enjoyed it. I liked my manager, I liked my coworkers, but then I finished that project, we completed it, and I had to move to a new team. And the new team was just completely different. I was stuck there because when you just change teams, you can't change teams again. So I was stuck there for like more than a year. The manager was a huge dick. I don't know, I had a bunch of money saved up and I got demotivated to work, so I just left. Honestly, that manager might be like the biggest dick I've ever encountered in my life. Like in terms of just like personal relations and stuff. And one of the coworkers. Those guys were not friendly people. Well, that's not good.
Dann schreibt sie halt ab. Laut Protokoll darf ich in jeden Aspekt der Sequenz eingreifen. Wie halte ich das an? Es dauert, die geeigneten Prozeduren durchzuführen. Halt mich nicht hin. Unter kontrollierteren Umständen einen Vorschlag ist einfach den Ende. Das ist alles? Johnson, ich hab's.
Moment mal. Nicht bevor der Blut tot ist.
That was a pretty good fight. Okay, this was a good run. I died a lot at the end, I lost a little focus, but we were ahead of world record until Sacred Icon. And then everything else was still fine. 126 is a sick run. For everything that happened. That's good. That's a good time. We go again. If you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to subscribe and follow and donate and all that stuff. We're gonna be grinding for this record.
dachten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Und
Yeah, excellent Kai
sie
still
würden sich
works.
was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gibt ihnen Hoffnung. Also...
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
No, it's not stressful. It's stressful trying to get the world record is more stressful than having it. Like, there's not bitterness or, like, I want people to try to take my records. I want more people to play this game. It's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Without competition, the record would probably be like an hour slower and nobody would play the game.
Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Competition makes it fun.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochführung ist Macht.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche? Na los, Chief, hier lang!
Ich war fast
Don't
an
do
Bord,
it.
als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Where did this guy just go?
Hey, kann das sein? Hat die Malta die Eindringlinge schon verjagt?
Sir, Eindringlinge
I'm
im
dead here.
Kontrollzentrum. Wir haben eine Status.
Sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen, an die Zündung
Fine,
zu
it's slow, but we didn't die.
Ich glaube, ziehen Sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen. Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Alle feindlichen Schiffe sind in der Todeszone. 13 Kreuzer, 2 Sturmträger. Jetzt wird's laut.
Träger brechen durch, Sir.
I don't give a shit about the lore. They make it up as they go. There is no lore. Originally, Forerunners were human, and then they changed their mind. Just like originally Master Chief was a robot, and then they changed their mind. And originally Cortana was going to turn bad in Halo 1, and they changed their mind. None of it matters. There is no grand plan for Halo. They make it up as they go, just like every other source of media. I don't think any of it matters at all.
Seht zu, ob ich es bleiben kann.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ich habe einen blutrünstigen Cyborg. Und was hast du zu bieten?
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I don't know what that is, Dante.
Bleib auf dem Teppich, okay?
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Who just made a prediction?
Kannst du das überprüfen?
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochtüren dicht machen.
Why? This is a shit prediction. I'm ending this prediction because you even did it on the wrong level. How do I end? How do I even end this? Delete. I deleted your prediction.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
No fun allowed. Yeah, I assumed you meant Arbiter.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Hey, wenn du mehr willst, jederzeit. Du weißt, wo du mich findest, Kumpel.
Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die
Love missing my
Kampfstation.
jumps. Alright, let's get another run going.
Granate! Okay, ganz cool bleiben. Zum Teufel!
Dude just shot way more than one clip worth of SMG without reloading. He's clearly cheating.
Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I should turn on my fan.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Surprised that one worked.
Ich sagte doch nicht schießen!
No! God damn. Ugh, come on. Let me out of the first level.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
It does seem a little unfair that everybody gets nice camo armor and the Arbiter doesn't when he's got the important job. But what do I know? What do the prophets know?
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, he's meant to die an honorable death, but like after he accomplishes his mission. If he fails to accomplish his mission, then he died for no reason, right? Like he's supposed to die while killing the heretic leader.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Fast.
So groß ist der Aufwand.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochtüren dicht machen.
That was fast.
Oh oh, die Sie verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche? Na los, Chief!
What
Hier
the?
lang!
Ich war fast an
Could
Bord,
be
als
worse.
sie auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
Give me a good spawn. No. Why are you over here?
Danke, Chief. Ich schulde Ihnen was.
Dude, what the fuck are you doing, man?
Das Sein hat die Malta die Eindringlinge schon verjagt.
God, you're a fucking dickhead. Why do you just spawn in the shittiest spot? That was fast. I could have been like really fast. Why can't he just spawn in a good spot?
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
That was really fast. Please don't. Dude, one bursts me on one of the fastest starts I've ever had.
Entertruppen unterwegs.
Das war unglaublich, oder?
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Let's get another run.
Entertruppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Da kommen sie! Ich sehe zu, ob ich das erwische.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
You know what I just realized? They explained to the Arbiter that his armor is shit on the mission Arbiter. But shouldn't he already know that? Like, he was a gold elite in Halo 1. He has to know about camo elites, right? I understand that the real reason they tell us about our shit armor is for gameplay balance and like exposition, but shouldn't he already know?
die verlassen die Athen.
He got memory loss from the brandings.
Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief.
Aren't gold elites like one of the highest like ranks?
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
I mean, he definitely knows about the Arbiter because during the cutscene, the prophets like bring him to that room, and I think they ask him if he knows where he is, and he's like the Hall of the Arbiter, the Mausoleum of the Arbiter, or some shit, right? Doesn't he like explicitly say he knows what's going on? I mean, I understand that the real reason is that the game has to like explain the way the game works to you, and it is the correct way to do it from a storytelling standpoint to explain how the game works, but still. I was not supposed to stick you. Still pretty good. Actually, really good.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
I don't have plasmas.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion
I
kam
don't
aus
see any
dem
plasmas.
Innern
I gotta do yellow
der
strats.
Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Dang, this is fast. This is really fast.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Please don't kill me, dude. Okay,
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir
we're
sind
living.
am
And we get shit spawned. Why can't you just give me good spawns, video game? This could have been like IL record.
So, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen, an die Zündkapsel heranzukommen.
Chief, finden Sie die Bombe.
Hat die Malta die Eindringlinge
God, this was almost like IL record.
Und erste Echelon zu mir.
Malta, wie ist der
Nehmt euch die Kreuzer
Status?
vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um die Träger.
Ich glaube es nicht. Ziehen Sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
10 Kreuzer, 2 Sturmträger. Jetzt wird's laut.
That's really annoying.
Vorsicht Aufprall.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo.
Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor.
Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Der erste
Alright.
Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir.
Good.
Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich
Man, this was so fast. If I got good spawns there.
Du kannst mir nicht entkommen.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
You act like active camouflage didn't exist in Halo 1, Nico. It was a power-up from the very first game. What do you mean? Halo 2 has active camo and the Envy Skull. Halo 3 has active camo. I mean, Halo 3 has the armor ability. 343 didn't do it, Bungie did it.
Sergeant, ich brauch Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung
I
und
don't know.
Verstärkung
That's
in die Stadt.
definitely not a 343 thing.
Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Yeah, but it was the press X equipment on. We use it in the speedrun on the mission Covenant. No, I don't mean Reach. I mean Halo 3. Halo 3 had hold X to use camo. The same as throwing a flare or throwing a bubble shield. There was camo.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Are you trolling me? Ugh.
Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert.
I don't know. I don't get caught up in the... Like, the game mechanics don't need to follow the lore. It doesn't matter. Like, it's... The reason that Master Chief can go invisible is because it's fun. It has nothing to do with the lore. It doesn't matter at all. Like... Well, it's a mechanic that you want. That's why it's in Halo 1 multiplayer. It's why it's in Halo 2 multiplayer. It's why it's in every Halo's multiplayer. The lore... Like, multiplayer doesn't need to follow the lore, and I actually really don't like that people have tried to make it do it for like the modern Halos. It's just fucking multiplayer. It needs to be fun, it needs to have features.
Diese Typen lernen das wohl nie.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a very vocal group of people on Twitter and on the internet who think that Halo's lore is why it's popular. And they're just wrong. The reason that the game is popular is because of its multiplayer. When people nostalgically talk about Halo 1, they talk about having 4-player split-screen LANs. When people nostalgically talk about Halo 2, they talk about Xbox Live, playing zombies, playing Foundation, playing SWAT, the ranking system, getting out of the maps, doing super bounces, doing Tower of Power. When people nostalgically talk about Halo 3, they think about the Forge maps, Fat Kid, they think about Jenga, they think about Ranked, they think about MLG, they think about getting their 50s. Literally, when there was millions of people playing Halo, it was multiplayer, not campaign. The lore doesn't matter. The campaigns suck. The campaigns have never been, like, the selling point for Halo. Yeah, they're fun, but, like, that's not what kept literally millions of people online. At Halo 3's peak, it had over 2 million people playing. And that was because of the multiplayer. Had almost zero to do with the campaign at all. The average person beat campaign once or twice, maybe like 3 or 4 times to get the achievements like the skulls and the Hayabusa and shit. And that was fun and that was nostalgic. But the reason that they did that was to unlock multiplayer armor. They wanted the sword, they wanted the Hayabusa. Like, the reason people did ODST was because they wanted the achievements for recon. The games were like fun, they weren't bad, but that's not why they sold. That's not why millions of people bought the game. People like, I don't know, this new wave of Halo fans I really don't like. And then these people talk about, yeah, I've loved Halo forever. I started in 2012. Okay, buddy, you missed out on the peak. You literally missed out on the time when people liked Halo, when it was a cultural thing, when it was like actually important culturally. Halo used to be similar to like Pokemon Go and Fortnite, where like grandmas knew about it, everyone knew about it. It was like, it was a thing in culture. And now it's just some shitty lore that people think matters. The lore has never been good. It's always just been adequate. Good enough that the multiplayer, like, it complements the multiplayer. It's not the main focus. And it's also just such a generic story. It's spaceman fights aliens and saves the universe. It's not some deep shit. It's so simple. As far as sci-fi goes, it's like the most mid sci-fi.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Wraiths. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
And that's not to say nobody liked the campaign, because there's obviously campaign fans, and they still exist today. But when we talk about Halo when it was at its peak with actually millions of people playing, those millions of people, the vast, vast majority, were playing multiplayer. That's what they were doing. That, like, the fact that millions of people could enjoy the multiplayer is why the other modes were popular as well. Because you could play the game in 100 different ways. You could play Griffball, you could play co-op campaign, you could get the achievements, you could get the skulls. But without the draw of the multiplayer, there's not a population to enjoy the other shit.
Sergeant Banksman. Er ist oben. Kommen Sie, ich zeig's Ihnen.
Als ich Verstärkung anforderte, dachte ich nicht an einen Spartan.
Wir stecken in Schwierigkeiten. Diesen Blick, das ist pures Entsetzen. Marine, habe ich Ihnen das Jammern erlaubt?
I don't know. I think that's one of the things that the management at Halo is missing, is that this was a multiplayer game, and that's why it's popular. It's not a lore game. And I know that's controversial to a lot of people on the internet, especially the modern Halo fans on Twitter and shit, but I think that we should go back to the lore being secondary. And I mean, it being both is fine, but the multiplayer has to be there. The multiplayer is, like, way more important. If you want a successful game that millions of people are going to play, the multiplayer has to be there. The lore means nothing if the multiplayer isn't functional. And they haven't released a functional multiplayer in literally years. It's been over a decade since we've had a functional multiplayer. So it makes sense that the new wave of Halo people only like campaign, Because we haven't had a functional fucking multiplayer.
Dieser Elite war ein Ultra und diese Piloten sind auch nicht von Pappe.
It's no wonder Halo falls off. Like, of course Halo's gonna fall off when the fucking multiplayer doesn't work. Why wouldn't it?
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
It really makes me sad how much Halo has fallen off. Halo used to be the game, and there's still a whole community of people who want it to be the game. Like, you look at when Infinite launched, there was hundreds of thousands of people playing. It had a crazy successful launch by all metrics, but then the multiplayer didn't work, so everybody stopped. The game crashed, the DCs, the hitboxes, the no forge, like, no player collision, no grenade jumping, no fun, like... And it fell off like within a month. The game went from being crazy popular to dead. Because the multiplayer just wasn't there. Alright, I'll keep going. Yeah, Halo fans are pretty loyal. Game sucked for a decade and we're still out here with some copium. I mean, you can talk a lot of shit about the Halo fan base for good reason, but there is still hope that we get a good Halo game someday. It's crazy, but there is still hope. Did I? Oh, I did get the checkpoint. Come on, man. And nobody shit talks this franchise more than people who care. Like, the reason I'm bitching so much is because I want the game to be good. I just really don't think management sees Halo the same way I do. I think a lot of the modern fans don't. I think that my view's right, though. I think launching Halo without Forge is completely unacceptable. If I was in charge of Halo, that game would be delayed until Forge was ready. The game would not come out until there's Forge. If I was in charge of Halo.
Was ist hier passiert? Einen Gebieter schicken die Propheten also, um mich zu erledigen. Ich bin geschmeichelt.
Er verwendet eine Holodrohne. Er muss ganz nah sein. Komm raus, damit wir dich töten können.
Yeah, honestly, Xud, even if it's a bare bones, like the most simple version of Forge, like go back to even worse than the Halo 3 days, if a map editor of any form existed on launch, that would be better than nothing. They could have promises to make a better one a year later, and I think that would be cool. But the games are launching with you can't edit custom game modes at all, and they're launching these games. Like, there just needs to be a version of Forge. I understand that the live service model is the new model and that you have to have updates to keep people interested. So if you could promise like a better Forge down the line or a better custom game experience down the line, that's all fine and dandy. But Halo Infinite custom game was so bad, you couldn't even edit the weapons that were on the map. The pros had to do a gentleman's agreement to not pick up the Mangler because they didn't want it in their pro games, and the pros should have input on the game types. So they all just agreed to not use a weapon. The strongest weapon on the map, they played an entire tournament for $100,000 and not a single person picked it up. Like that's absurd to me. Why don't they have the ability to remove it off the map? Every single other Halo in the history of Halo has had the ability to remove weapons off the map, but not Infinite. So we were just stuck with whatever 343 thought was the way to play a map. We were stuck with that, and the only thing to change was the gentleman's agreement rule and make a change. That's just a failure of, like, that's straight up a failure, like, as a game designer. It still blows my mind that they played a $100,000 tournament and not a single person picked up the most powerful weapon on the map. Because they agreed that that's what made the game more competitive and fair. And I think they were right. Like, the Mangler was broken. They've nerfed it and changed it twice since then. Like, the pros were correct. It was an imbalanced weapon that made the game less fun. It wasn't like the pros were just crying and like being babies about it. They were right about the balance. But they had no power to change it other than to just say don't pick it up. I don't know how you can launch a game like that. Wait, I didn't get a... I thought you always got a weak one there. Did I not get a weak one? I got blown up. Alright, this run's bad anyway. Hold on. That's weird. I thought you always got a weak one. What? Maybe I just didn't see it right. I don't know if you guys know, there's two different types of heretics. You can tell by their armor. One has slightly lighter and one has slightly darker armor. The darker armor heretics, they die in one sword lunge. The light armor ones take 2. And I'm pretty sure I got 3 light armor ones there, which I didn't think was possible. I thought you always got 2 light ones and 1 dark one. I might have just saw it wrong though. I think a lot of people don't know about the heretic health difference. That's one of the like lesser known things.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
There's a couple places it matters. That's one of them. And then on Arbiter, the last elite, when I'm going down the hallways, if he's spawns with the light armor, it's slightly worse. Other than that, it doesn't really matter. You don't really fight heretics much in this game, I've just kind of realized. Wait, is it only those 2 spots? Guess that makes sense.
In Ordnung. Wer hat Sie wütend gemacht? Lass mich das machen, Kameraden.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
He did not just kill me like that. That's crazy.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ich habe es gründlich satt.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist
Have I ever thought about making my own game? Yeah, but I'm really lazy.
Willkommen zur Party.
Hochtüren dicht machen. Waffenschränke öffnen.
No, I thought I overcharged.
Alarm, Entertruppen
Yeah,
unterwegs.
what happens there, Vetro, especially on a modern computer, is they don't have a built-in frame cap. You have to use a frame limiter yourself because if your computer's too good, it'll try to run at like a bajillion FPS, which lags the game to slow you down and you are playing in slow motion. If you instead limit the game to 60 FPS, you'll get a smoother performance. It's counterintuitive, especially when you like don't understand why it's happening, but limiting the frames makes the game go faster.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
Promptly switched to Halo 1 after that. Yeah, good choice.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
But then you had to compete against a cheater in Halo 1. Good thing he was ass.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Waffenschränke öffnen.
Multiple cheaters. Ah, you weren't competing against Cody. Cody had the Maw time, I think, but other than that, he wasn't running.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Did you beat? Who was the first person to beat Cody's time? Was it you? I think you beat it without the thing, right? Without out of bounds. I think somebody beat his time without out of bounds before we found the texture load with the shotgun.
Wir sind am Ball.
Danke, Chief. Ich schulde Ihnen was.
I remember when Slinky posted his cheated run with Silent Cartographer grenade stack, and you sent a message to me saying, "I don't know if I can beat that." I was like, "Yeah, you can." Turns out it was cheated, but still. Isn't that a fun piece of Halo history? The first run to do Silent Cartographer stack was a cheated speedrun. Oh, I think you're right, it probably was Khan. Khan liked Maw, he grinded that for a little while, didn't he?
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Most of his ILs weren't cheated, but every full game run he ever did was. Literally every single one. He never uploaded a legit full game speedrun.
Kampfstationen.
Even his Halo 3 runs, he cheated. He edited the descriptions in the, like, back for the Halo 3 films. Like, you could edit the description to change the date on it. He did that.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't that bad, especially like when he grinded out ILs, but he'd been cheating since the beginning of time. Going all the way back to like 2006, he had been cheating full game runs. So I mean, I guess he'd just gotten away with it forever. He just figured why'd stop. He has to maintain his image. A lot of people think Cody Miller's the most prolific cheater in Halo, but it's not even close. Cody didn't cheat even half as much as Slinky did.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
How are they cheating? Yeah, mostly splicing. It's the easiest way to cheat. You just edit together multiple segments to make it look like one segment. Halo's actually like, we have better tools to catch people nowadays, but Halo's pretty easy to cheat at because there's a white screen between like every level, just like a solid white screen. So like, if you just use video editing software between the levels, then it's pretty easy to get away with it. You guys haven't noticed I've been cheating all day today. No one's caught on that this is just pre-recorded VOD while I do a podcast and hang out with you guys. Imagine.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Man, this could be so fast if you guys would stop owning me.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Wir stecken in Schwierigkeiten. Ich bin auf Ihrer Seite. Erinnern Sie sich? Wir haben Gesellschaft, Jungs. Hallo, willkommen zur Show. Ich
Stop being so far forward.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochführen dich mal.
Oh, come on. Ain't no way dude just dodged me. Ugh, it's so slow. Should have been faster.
Oh, die verlassen die
Whatever, we keep going.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Oh. Oh. The death sound of Master Guns is hilarious. Someone in chat a couple weeks ago said he sounds like Grandpa Simpson from The Simpsons, and ever since then I can't really unhear it.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
Fucking Abe Simpson sounding ass.
Hat die Malta die Eindringlinge schon verjagt?
Schaltet sie nacheinander auf. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um Träger.
Alle feindlichen Schiffe sind in der Todeszone. 13 Kreuzer, 2 Sturmträger.
Cortana, ziehen Sie zu und wir haben gewonnen. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir.
I actually lived. That's incredible. I thought 100% I was dead.
Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Probiert euch.
Not really sure how I lived.
Wirklich übel.
He just built different. No! Stop.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
You guys are in weird spots. Alright, not too bad.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Is it more stressful to do speedruns at a GDQ? Sorta. It's the same old for me anymore. But for the first like minute or two, you're nervous because you know that there's like 100,000 people watching, and if you make mistakes, it looks worse. But like, you quickly settle into your rhythm. If you're practiced, if you're experienced, then it's like, it's whatever. You're not trying to set a world record at a GDQ. That's not the point. So in a way, world record speedruns are way harder because the level of play is expected to be way better. For a GDQ, you just have to be able to talk and have fun. As long as you're explaining what you're doing and having a good time, it doesn't really matter how good the speedrun is. Like, my most recent GDQ I did at PAX was terrible. The speedrun I did, but it got a good reception. The crowd liked it, I had fun. I mean, I was just laughing at the mistakes and explaining them as I went, and the YouTube comments are all pretty positive, and it seems like people enjoyed it.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber...
I think a lot of people expect, like, GDQ runners to be trying to set world records, but if that's your mindset, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like, if you're, like, taking it seriously and you're getting mad at your mistakes and you're, like, making it awkward for the couch and, like, complaining and being negative, then it's like, what are you doing? Why are you even here? This is a fun event. It's... Have a good time. Have a laugh. The average viewer doesn't know the difference between fast and slow anyway. Like, the world record speedrunners are optimizing the game to, like, the fraction of a second on every corner. The average viewer doesn't realize that where the like, they can't tell the difference between 0.10 on, like, a slope or, like, 0.5 on a corner. Like, none of that matters at all. You don't need to be hyper stressed about any of that. No, I should have charged my batteries. I knew this was gonna happen. Yeah, Nico, stuff like that is fun. Like, that was technically a mistake, and I could have been, like, really grumpy about it and complained about how much time I was losing because of it. But instead, I just laughed it off and kept going. And that made the run more memorable. That's people's favorite part of that speedrun. It was a mistake. I hear people talk about that. Anytime people talk about that run, they talk about me throwing the cake on the ground or whatever. Which is funny because it's like, that's where I lost like 5 minutes. Wouldn't it be pretty incredible if I got world record with a battery change?
Nette Begrüßung.
It's still technically possible. most likely. Don't do it. Yeah.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Race.
No, where's my board prompt? I'm so mad. Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I could have kept going, but I already lost 30 seconds. I'll be right back. What up, defend?
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gebt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
Yeah, it's rigged to cause brain damage. It's very cool that 100% of the players on the field all have mild to severe brain damage. Maybe a couple kickers don't, but even most of them do.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
My favorite sport.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Verlierer! Wir haben genug. Ich habe hier noch einen Kontakt.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochtüren dicht machen.
kickers get hit the hardest. Some of them, I mean, depending on, well, there's kickers and punters are often two different people. People kicking the field goals do get hit pretty hard sometimes. Punters don't take hits very often at all. Some of the kickers probably have less brain damage. But yeah, everyone on the field has brain damage in football, which makes it a terrible sport. And it's not even like, it's not just the fact that they do, it's the fact that the commissioner covers it up and pretends that it's a perfectly safe sport. Like, there's literally a cover-up for the last 30 years. They won't let them do research into CTEs. They forever were reluctant to even have safer helmets. Like, it's a terrible sport. It's just straight up a terrible sport. Don't know why people want to watch a bunch of dudes get brain damage. I'd rather watch boxing than football. Not that boxing is good. At least they're more honest about it in boxing. Like, everyone knows what they're getting into in boxing. They're straight lying about it and promoting it to children in football. I grew up in Texas, where football is like culturally king. There's children getting brain damage because of it, and they think they're gonna go to the NFL, and they don't, and so they just get brain damage for free. It's just gross. Like, no one's peddling boxing to children. It's not just business, it's more, it's cultural. They're promoting it to children in schools. If it was something that adults could make the decision to do, like Formula 1 or whatever with sponsors, then yeah, that's one thing. But no, it's not just business. There's people that are making $0 and still getting that brain damage.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Sport needs to die. I mean, there are injuries in every sport. Yeah, like cheerleading and soccer and baseball all have injuries. But the point in the practice, that the way they play does not straight up cause brain damage. It's usually a freak accident that causes the trauma. Like, it's inherent to the sport. Brain damage is inherent to football. You cannot play tackle football without getting brain damage. It's part of the sport. And they're promoting it to kids as young as like 2nd grade. I know a lot of like 1st graders are playing flag football, but once they're in like 2nd and 3rd grade, they start hitting. They used to do truck drills when I was in school, where even the coaches would knock over these kids. They called them trucking drills, and you get trucked, which means you get hit like a truck and you get knocked over. Yeah, and you're right, headers are definitely controversial in football, and some youth leagues have banned headers because of it.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
And it's also my taxpayer dollars. I don't care about the NFL budget. You know what's worse? Is the highest paid employee in every single state in the United States is a football coach. It's a sport. Some of them are actually basketball coaches. I think in Kentucky it might be basketball. But every single highest paid state employee is a football coach on all 50 states. State employees have to have their salaries public because it's taxpayer dollars that pay them. and the head of every single public school in every single state is the highest paid employee, and it's always a football coach. Every single time. It's literally all 50 states is a sports coach, is the highest paid state employee. Shit's fucked. Football is a terrible sport. It needs to die culturally. I'm so tired of it. Tired of people talking about it in my Twitch chat. Tired of people, oh, did you watch the game? I'm tired of the Super Bowl. I'm tired of it all. Quit talking to me about football. I do not give a shit. I especially hate that it's promoted towards children. Like, you can argue the same thing about boxing and UFC, but those aren't sports promoted to children. Those are sports that adults get to make the decision to play. And yeah, there are youth boxing programs. I know they exist, but it's not the same culturally. It's just not. It's absolutely not. Yeah, rugby, I mean, I'm not saying every other sport in the world is safe, but I live in America, and I'm talking about what's culturally relevant to me and everyone around me. But rugby is also somehow safer than football. Rugby culture is kind of bullshit about the man up and play on with injuries. I think that's kind of a bullshit culture, but obviously I see a lot less of that in America, so I can't talk so firsthand. But also, miraculously, they get less head injuries because they don't tend to hit each other in the head so hard because they're not wearing helmets. The differencing in padding and differencing in way that they practice and the difference in the way they play, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but rugby is a little safer than football. No! Didn't get the checkpoint, it's really annoying. Oh, this was a sick run too. That's really annoying. I haven't made that mistake in a while. Flipping there. It's really annoying. I'm not gonna restart. If I die again, I will, but we'll keep going for now. Oh, it's like 45 seconds.
Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Rays. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
Come on, Marines, help me out here. Dickheads. No.
Sir, Corporal Perez, Kompanie A, Kommandostand ist da drüben. Der Lieutenant wurde beim Absprung getroffen.
Wer hat jetzt das Kommando, Corporal?
Sergeant Banksman. Er ist oben. Kommen Sie, ich zeig's Ihnen.
I had to wait there at the top of the stairs because the scarab will disappear if you don't. If the Marines help you out and blow up the Wraith with you, you don't have to wait. But since the Marines didn't help me, I do have to wait. How the run's been? I almost PB'd earlier. I'm actually playing really well. This is a sick run, except I just lost 45 seconds, so it's bad again, but I'm playing pretty well. I'm actually happy with how close I'm getting to like world record potential already. I had a run that was ahead of world record out of regret already today. I know some people want to see me like PB every day or get a world record every day, but that's unrealistic with Halo 2. It's too hard, it's a little too inconsistent. So if I'm just getting good looks, I'm happy. And I'm getting good looks like every day, so I'll get a PB pretty soon.
Vorsichtig, Chief. Dieser Elite war ein Ultra und diese Piloten sind auch nicht rentabel.
Yeah, world record has basically a perfect grave mine.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
Oh no. Alright. Fucking hell. Yeah, I still have the easy record. Would be dope to have both. Yeah, that's the plan. I want to have basically all the records. I have most of the ILs right now too. I have both Kairos, both Outskirts, both Metros, a tie on Arbiter. I want to get Oracles eventually. I don't have them yet. I've got both Delta Halos, both Regrets. I don't have SI. Don't have. I have both Quarantine Zones. I don't have Gravemind. I've got both Great Journeys. So I want to grind some ILs after I get the full game records. I've held every record in the past, like at the same time. I've done it.
sagten doch, es gibt...
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
The first time I held every record at the same time was May of 2011, and I held all of them for most of the time between 2011 and 2014.
Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Wir haben das Geschütz. Das hat gereicht.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
No, where'd that plasma grenade come from? I wish I had my jump. I tried to do it while shooting the sword elite. That wasn't an ultra, that would have been really good.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Feind, unter uns.
German's the fastest, yeah.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
There's a couple places where you have to wait for doors to open before dialogue finishes, and the dialogue happens to finish like slightly faster on German. It's 12 seconds faster than English over the course of the entire run, so it's really not that much. Wow, Grunt killed me. Which of the levels are more fun to speedrun? I don't really, they feel exactly the same, like Chief and Arbiter levels, so I don't really separate them like that in my mind, but I think my favorite levels happen to be Chief levels. Cairo Station and Delta Halo are my two favorite levels. But I do really like the driving missions. I like Quarantine Zone, I like Great Journey. Those are Arbiter missions that I really enjoy. You don't play like differently compared to if you're Chief or Arbiter, so I don't really separate them like that.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Gutes Timing, Chief. Verdammter Außerirdischer.
But Cairo and Delta Halo are by far my favorites.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Lass mich auf deinen Reisen zu den...
Hochtüren dicht machen.
Are you weak? No, sorta. What about you? No.
Waffenschränke öffnen.
You're so troll. Alright, I'm gonna YOLO the rest of the level here. I lost too much here.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta.
I'll probably die in this hallway, but it's slow, so I don't even care.
Muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Yeah, that's expected.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I was trying to save back time by doing that last section risky. I don't want it to be that slow.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I want another good run. Give me one more good one.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Hey, Augen auf! Erste Reihe Mitte, Sir!
Make it so. What is that a reference to? Is that Star Trek? Cards say that? Who says that?
Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Make it so.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Have they come out with the new season of Strange New Worlds yet? What episode? How am I caught up on Strange New Worlds? What are they at? Season 3 is not out. I think I've seen season 2. 2025. What other Star Trek is out? What haven't I? What about did Lower Decks get its new season yet? What season are they on? Okay, no. Season 5, 10 episode, 5th and final season, ordered in March. Writing has begun, is nearly complete in October. Voice recording, blah blah blah. Nearly complete. The season is scheduled to release. Oh, it's varies from October. What? It's scheduled to release from October to December 24. It's October right now. Where's my Lower Decks? Is Lower Decks about to come back?
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
October 24th? Oh, cool. Nice.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe...
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I've almost watched all of Star Trek at this point. I started out with Deep Space Nine, and I really liked that. So I started watching the other 90s series, like Next Generation and Voyager. And those were okay. They weren't as good as Deep Space Nine, but they were good. So then I went and watched the rest of Star Trek pretty much. What a slog. Yeah, some of the Next Generation's really good. Some of those episodes are crap. People that say the Next Generation is the best of Star Trek, I think they're wrong. Deep Space Nine is so much better. I think I even liked Voyager better.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
The thing about the Next Generation is that, like, half the episodes are pretty good, and half of them are, like, really shit. So the good episodes obviously stand out, and there's some really good sci-fi in there. But the bad ones just bring down the whole everything. I feel like half of them are, like, 9, like, if you were to rate it on, like, a scale of 1 to 10, like, half of them are, like, 9s and 10s, and half of them are, like, 1s and 2s. And there's very little middle ground in there. I actually really like the long episodes. I know they're not for everybody, but Deep Space Nine and Voyager are also long episodes. And I prefer the long episodes compared to, like, modern shows that are 21 minutes. Did not want to stick you, homie. Will you die? How are you still alive? Slow again.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Yeah, the long seasons and long episodes, there's just so much content. You can just watch so much of it. I spent like months just binging 90s Star Trek. But that was also during the pandemic where it was easier to binge watch like months worth of content. So I understand like why you wouldn't want 45-minute episodes for so many a season. But I enjoyed it.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind an Bord.
Oh, come on. Where are you going? Run's dead.
Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum, die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen? Kann das sein? Hat die Malta die Eindringlinge schon verjagt?
Yeah. You started reading the Expanse books? Nice. I've heard good things about the Expanse. I've also heard Stargate I should pick up to watch. As far as sci-fi goes, those are Firefly, The Expanse, and Stargate are the ones that I've been hearing the most that I should pick up. But I don't know. I don't know if I need more sci-fi right now. I have been like trying to catch up on like the nerd culture and rewatch a lot of the old nerd shit. I just rewatched The Fifth Element. That holds up really well. The effects in that movie are actually fantastic for how old it is. That movie's good.
Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yo, distortion raid. Holy cow. Thank you so much for the big raid distortion.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Alright, we gotta get a run going for the raiders here. Holy cow. Thank you so much. Hope my OBS works better than distortions with his crashing. Oh no. Stream issues are the worst. It's some of the most frustrating shit. I actually just had to buy a new heatsink and CPU fan because my computer was overheating. So like I would try to stream and then it would just crash. That's so annoying to like be in the middle of a stream talking and then just your computer freezes or the stream dies.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
So we'll be resetting a little bit to these first couple tricks, but once we get a run going, I'll try to not reset. I'm going for the world record here for Halo 2 Legendary. It's pretty optimized, it's pretty hard. If you guys have ever played Halo 2 Legendary, then you know how brutal this game is. You basically can die to every single enemy in the whole game. There's no free sections. The start of the run, I do a glitch to clip through the wall. This second one's the more annoying one. Sometimes I'll hit it every try, sometimes it'll take me a few tries. So we gotta move this box into position, and then I gotta hump the box to go through a wall. Okay, we're in. Let's go. That was fast. Really good. That was basically perfect. Don't kill me. I want to show off to my friends. No, that didn't track you. Well, it did. It didn't hit you. No, that's so bad. I don't have enough ammo for this. I'm gonna die here. Maybe not. Alright, we lived. Okay, that's everybody. That's fast enough. That's fine. We keep going. Yeah, Halo 2 snipers are pretty brutal.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
So this is a glitch called sword flying, where you can use the long range properties of one gun and swap it onto a sword, which allows you to turn the close range weapon of the lunge into a long range lunge. It's a couple frame window, you have to press Y then X then R, it's pretty precise, but it looks really cool when you hit him. I was waiting there for this guy to get in position, that's why I was standing still. Whee! Alright. This is pretty good. We're zooming. Surely this impresses the distortion viewers, right? You guys like what you're seeing? This is one of the hardest levels in the game as well. If you guys have ever played... No, I'm dead. Yeah, fuck. I don't want to restart. I can keep going. If you guys have ever played Halo 2, this level is really hard.
Ziehen Sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten.
Alright, I'm not gonna reset. We can keep going. Oh yeah, because I'm doing like so many skips, it's like talking all at once. Oh, I didn't get the plasma pistol. Alright, we're probably resetting. I have to clear this room without a plasma pistol. Usually during that sword fly, I try to pick up a gun in the midair. And now I have to do hard mode on this room. I think I'm actually doing it though. Oh, I should be dead. How am I not dead? What? Okay, the game wants me to survive. I should be so dead. I don't even know how I survived. I literally should be dead. What? What even just happened? I'm cheating. Alright, we keep going.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
It's the raid luck. Distortion brought the luck. Alright, so we're 15 seconds behind record right now because of that death, or 17 seconds. But we gotta keep going. There's time to save, and also I'm 2 minutes behind record, which sounds like a lot, but on Halo 2 Legendary, that's basically 2 mistakes. My PB has 2 deaths in it. One of them cost a minute on Gravemind, and one of them cost a minute on High Charity. So if those didn't happen, I would basically have world record. So I'm trying to catch up. So even if I'm slightly behind record, I can definitely still PB as well. Okay, well, we'll go back. We're going back. How does that kill me and the sword doesn't? Oh wait, we don't go here. We go back. It's fine. It's fine. Thanks again for the raid, Distortion.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Alright, we go again. We go again. We'll do it faster this time.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe...
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
What up, Trunks? Out here grinding. You know how it goes. I'll try to do at least one more full run. I want to mostly do a no reset for the viewers that are here from the raid, but I'm not gonna keep terrible runs because I still got goals and standards, you know? So, buckle in for the reset.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
I think a lot of people who watch Distortion understand the grind, though. That man can grind.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I love watching Distortion grind like some random new game and spend like 20 hours practicing some obscure launch. Just straight grinding it out. A muck runner, yeah, that's a good one. Seeing you like on only up grinding those crazy launches like all stream, where new shit's found in like Dark Souls and you're just grinding it. I love that kind of shit. I know it's tedious and not for everyone, but boy is it entertaining for me.
Sie sagten doch...
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm!
Been kind of bored. You gotta pick up Halo 2. Nah, but I know what you mean. There's gotta be a reason to grind. Like, when getting over it, or only up, or a muck runner, like, they were new, they were popular, they weren't optimized yet, so new stuff gets found, like, every week or every day even. We do need a new game. What's the next indie game? Who's got the sauce? It doesn't even have to be an indie game, but like a smaller fun game. Who's got the sauce? There was Little Things. That one was a fun one to watch you grind as well. I think it's really cool how you pick up the hot new game and like optimize it. It's always a good watch. Have you tried Silent Hill 2? That seems like it might be up your alley. Isn't there a remake of Silent Hill 2? I don't know how breakable or runnable that game is, but that seems like it would be in your ballpark. The speedrun's not looking hot though? Dang. Since when did subs go up? Yeah, they raised the price of subs. If you give multi-packs, I think it's back to the old price. Like, if you were to gift 5 subs, it only costs $25. But if you do individual subs, they're more. It is kind of bullshit. And it's, I mean, although I do get more money from them now than I used to, I get less subs than I used to because they're more expensive. So the change has not benefited streamers, at least not me. I don't think it's benefited most small to medium-sized streamers. You would think, like, maybe I'd be excited because I get more money, but it's not good. It's not good for me. Has not helped the channel. How are you not weaker? Okay, that was really fast. That was really good. Oh yeah, if you're on Android or iPhone, make sure to switch to desktop, because the App Store charges you more.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Please don't. This is fast. Don't kill me. Okay. We lived. This is pretty fast. Give me a good spawn. Alright, this is really good. Don't shoot at me! No, I didn't kill enough. Is that enough? Okay, I lost a little bit there. Please come out. You guys are walking in slow motion. It went from like almost godly pace to just very, very good, but still fast. No. Stop. Okay. Still great. We'll be green as long as I don't die. So if you notice, I have a plasma pistol this time compared to last time I went to this room. So now I can noob combo everyone in this room. That swordfly is really cool. Like in the midair of the swordfly, I'm holding X to pick up a gun. It's one of the cooler looking swordflies in the game. It's also one of the harder ones because you have to do extra things. There we go. Boom. We're green. These are world record splits we're looking at, by the way, so we're 14 seconds ahead of record.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Okay, now we can impress the distortion viewers with our outskirts and not die to this guy. We did it.
Das ist der beste Platz, Chief.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung.
World record incoming. It could happen.
Die brauchen
I'm really just trying to PB. I mean, world record is the final goal, but if I just keep PBing, eventually it'll become world record. I'm 2 minutes behind, so it would be a big jump. It's not an impossible jump, but it would be a big jump.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger.
I hold the current easy world record,
Stimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen.
and I'd been grinding that for the past few months. So my movement, my tech is world record caliber, but I'm still not super warmed up on legendary. I just switched back to the legendary category kind of recently. I held the record in the past, like quite a few years ago, but there's a lot that I need to readjust to on legendary. So we're still inching closer. I wouldn't say we're quite at the finish line yet. We got more to improve.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Sie haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum die mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Nicht einhalten!
I mean, RNG is a factor, Maverick, but the other world record holders also have to compete against RNG. That's part of the grind. If games didn't have randomness, they'd be a lot less fun. I know speedrunners like to complain about randomness, But Halo 2 being different every single time you play is actually really cool. Like, the randomness is very subtle. It keeps it interesting. If I just wanted to play like a robot and memorize a set of inputs, I could. But then that takes away the thought, like, I end up having to think a lot while I do this run. Like, I have to look at something, see the randomness, the random spawn pattern I got, and then I have to adapt. And the adapting is like some of the most fun there is in this game. Like, if you get a bad pattern and you try to adapt to it, it actually like makes the game more engaging. And it's one of my strengths is I'm really good at adapting. I'm probably the best at it compared to like hyper optimizing the movement, or like if you were to like have like different skill sets, one of them is movement, one of them is like tricks with sword flies, one of them is like adapting. I'd say my skill set really favors my knowledge and my ability to adapt. I've been playing this game for so fucking long, I just kinda, I see it and I know what to do. I don't think I said it too many times in those sentences, Anima. I'm the adapter. Flock thinks he's the adapter, but he doesn't even accept USB-C.
Nette Begrüßung.
Spawn. Don't snipe me. Thank you.
Sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Race. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
Man, did I get the checkpoint? Okay. I don't have to restart. Whatever. That's annoying.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines
Come on! This was fast! Stop sniping me, dickheads.
Sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Race. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
Okay, that wasn't that much time loss. And actually, we're gonna save back some time here because we got lucky. If the Marines helped out slightly more, I could have gone for early cycle, but I can't.
Kommandostand ist da drüben. Der Lieutenant wurde beim Absprung getroffen.
Wer hat jetzt das Kommando, Corporal?
Sergeant Banksman. Er ist oben. Kommen Sie, ich zeig's Ihnen.
Isn't that, that's Darwin, and X-Men, right? He's in X-Men First Class.
Als ich
Pretty sure.
Verstärkung anforderte, dachte ich nicht an einen Spartan. Wir stecken in Schwierigkeiten.
Oh yeah, I see you just said it.
Marine, habe ich Ihnen das Jammern erlaubt?
He puts his head in a fish tank and turns into a fish. Then he gets absolutely obliterated by Kevin Bacon.
Köpfe runter.
Das Ding
Spoilers.
fängt wirklich an, mich anzukotzen.
Marines, wir holen uns einen Scarab.
Alright, we're still ahead of record. It was a good metro other than the parts that went bad. Keep on going. Metro's one of the worst levels in the record though, so to only be 7 seconds ahead after that level does kind of suck. Not on this level, swank fuck, but yeah. Do prison skip on every run. Do you mean Arbiter Hanger skip? Yep, gotta do that. I do every skip in this run. There aren't any everything that's like full game viable is being done in the route. I'm not doing any of the tricks. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. That was it. Okay, third try's okay. We're gonna lose time on this level. Oh, that's really bad. Don't spawn, don't spawn, don't spawn. Wow, I can't believe they didn't get alerted. I just sorted that grunt in the face and nobody got alerted. That's incredible. I don't even know how. Am I invisible? What is going on? Uh-oh. I did not mean to stick that grunt. This is an absurd hallway. I should not be alive in like 4 different ways. Whatever, we take those.
Kümmert euch ihn, Brüder. Ich verteidige das Orakel. Seine Wahrheit soll nie verstummen.
Die Ketzer mobilisieren ihre Luftstreitkräfte, Gebieter. Schnappt euch ihren Anführer,
We take those.
aber passt auf.
Not gonna complain.
Phantom zur Unterstützung.
We'll be behind, but it's still good. What's my favorite skip? I don't know. Probably like the ghost launch on Delta Halo or something. It's not hard, it looks cool. Some of the sword, I don't know, it depends on what you classify as like a skip. Like, is sword flying a skip? Like, is every swordfly the same trick? Because, like, there are some really cool swordflies in the run where you, like, fly over everything. Like, the plasma pistol pickup swordfly on Cairo is pretty cool. All of the Gravemind swordflies are pretty cool.
Er verwendet eine Holodrohne. Er muss ganz nah sein. Komm raus, damit wir dich töten können.
Stellt euch auf. Einem Gebiet.
Anführer! Bleibt! Die Flat greift uns an.
Please. Please, spawn! How are you not spawned? Dude. Why are my teammates just being useless? That should have been fast. I don't know why everything refused to die there. It wasn't that bad. I'd lost like 10 seconds though. We don't really name the swordflies like individually, but also I don't do that. Master Chief Collection runners do it, but I take a ghost through that section. Over a giant wall. Are you sure it's the last level that you're thinking of? I'm trying to think of where you mean. I don't do any swordflies on the last level. Except to like swordfly at an enemy and kill them quicker. Over a wall. Is it like the bridge where the jackals are on the last level? Oh, are you talking about High Charity Skip where you put a guy in your head and you fly to the end of the mission? High Charity Skip's a pretty crazy trick. Yeah, that trick's pretty insane. You don't need a sword for that, but you look up, you put an enemy on your head, and you melee. And by meleeing, it makes you stay next to him because there's a lunge, and then you cancel the damage from the lunge by pressing X. If you B and X lets you melee really fast. Normally you can only melee this fast, like this is normal melees. But if you do B and X, you can cancel the damage and do another one immediately. So by doing that, you can basically stay next to the guy who's on your head, and then by using the jump button at a specific time, you can fly. You can like control how high you go. And then you use that while facing straight up, you move backwards, and you have to like drive yourself to the end of the mission. It's really hard. It's the hardest trick in the run. It's kind of crazy. The fact that it even works is incredible. Because the place that you're going is there's no floors, there's no walls, there's no even indicators of where you're going. You have to fly through this open void while only moving backwards and only looking straight up, and you have to hit an invisible trigger. It just takes a lot of practice to know where you're going. It's one of the craziest tricks in Halo speedrunning, actually. No, the way I do it is B, then A, then X. One after another. The way some other runners do it is B, Y, and A, all at the exact same time. So different runners do it with slightly different button combos, but the result is ultimately the same. $31, that was good. But I can show you, I hold the controller like this when I do it, and then I do BAX this way. And I do like a galloping BAX, where I gallop across it. And other runners do it where they use their thumb and they push B, Y, and A, all, like these three, all at the same time. I don't like doing it that way, I prefer this way. Did I go early? Yeah, I must have went early. I don't know how. How did I go so early? Oh, I just went at 27 instead of 31, didn't I? That's how I went early. That makes sense. 27 was last run. I went 4 seconds early. That makes sense. Okay, I lost a little bit of time there. I was waiting, there's a 1-minute timer on that room. Whenever I said the number, I said 31. I was looking at the seconds hand on the timer so that I knew how long the room would take before I could continue.
Wir sind zu wenige für so eine Riesenverseuchung. Sucht den Anführer dieser Ketzer. Tötet ihn jetzt.
Is there another one of you hiding? There is.
Krieger, zurück zur Landezone. Der Gebieter geht weiter nach oben, trennt die Station ab und scheucht die Ketzer aus dem Loch. Mögen unsere Herren ihre Hand führen. Halten Sie das Schwert bereit. Dem wird das... Alle meine Phantoms sind in der Luft, Gebieter. Los, trennen Sie das Kabel durch. Das ist einer. Bei den Propheten. Die Station schlingert ja vielleicht.
Pretty good run so far.
Ein letztes Kabel, Gebieter. Das hat gereicht. Die Station ist im freien Fall.
I gained a lot of followers from that distortion raid. Thanks all of you guys for hanging out. Glad to see some Halo love.
Leben Sie noch, Gebieter? Wir halten das Tempo so gut es geht. Welch ein Wahnsinn! In einem Banshee entkommt ihr diesem Strudel nie. Moment, der Hangar. Dort war ein Seraph-Kampfjäger. Gebietet!
You're not gonna carbine me to death, are you? Thank you. I wasn't guaranteed to die there, but it was worth it to revert, just because my checkpoint was so close. Definitely made it better.
Prophetensieger gekauft, Gebieter. Mit einem neuen Kommando, einer neuen Flotte oder einem Versprechen ihrer großen Reiche. Ah! Sehen Sie sich um, Gebieter. Wie viele andere Einrichtungen erforscht auch diese...
I'll save time on this split. We'll be ahead, I think. Maybe slightly? No, we'll be, like, tied.
All die investierte Zeit und Mühe unserer Blutsväter, nur um diese Geschöpfe auf Eis zu legen. Und wo sind jetzt diese Götter, die uns die Propheten anbeten lassen? Transzendiert? Wohl kaum. Kommen Sie, Gebieter. Ich zeige Ihnen, wohin Sie
well...
kann.
No, the aliens just have purple blood. The humans have red blood. No.
Sir, wir müssen diese Geschütze neutralisieren.
They're just aliens. Just a design choice. You're not seeing the end of this run again? Too late? Yeah, I feel that. Appreciate you hanging out, though. If it's a good run, you might be able to wake up and see the ending of it on YouTube. If it's a bad run, you didn't miss shit. So, at least you got that going for you.
Artillerie ausgeschaltet, Sergeant. Landezone ist sicher. Vorerst.
Verstanden. Wir gehen runter. Stellung ein.
Leichter gesagt als getan. Phantoms im Anmarsch, Chief. Vorsicht, wir kommen zu einem weiteren Komplex.
On Legendary, the Great doesn't spawn because I go over the top of the mountain. On Easy, you're used to him trolling me.
Gut. von der in Emberclad im Netz der Allianz. Komisch.
Please.
Die Allianz weiß von unserer Landung, aber hält uns nicht für besonders gefährlich. Na, die werden sich wundern. Aufpassen, Ehrengardisten.
Alright, that was good. Very good, Delta Halo. Let's go. No, come on. Don't look at me like that. Then I don't get the spawn. It's the biggest troll I've ever seen. Give me the spawn, please. Dude. Alright, I lost a lot of time there because of bad spawns. That sucks. I had a chance on the first one and I got trolled. And then the next two spawns were shit. That's really annoying. I lost like 30 seconds. I have a minute to save on this split though, so the run's definitely not dead. But that's pretty annoying chunk of time to lose. Run's still good though. Run is still good. Yeah, there's Zero, there's Peggy, and there's ESRB. There's a few different organizations, Blue Hex, that have different rating rules. Peggy is Europe, Zero is Japan, and ESRB is US, I think.
Dieser See ist nicht durch vulkanische Aktivität entstanden. Das heißt, er wurde entweder absichtlich errichtet
You didn't
oder
die.
entstand durch irgendeine Katastrophe. Sorry, wollten Sie jemanden umbringen?
Dude was literally just shooting sideways out of his plasma rifle. Did you guys see that? He was cheating.
Wisst ihr, die Blutsväter haben
The YouTube and Twitch streams have perfect sync.
Als Schutz.
Cool. I mean, I'm simul streaming. I use the same software to stream to both. Sometimes I imagine one gets ahead of the other just based on like latency and whatnot, but yeah, I stream them both at the same exact time using the same software. I get more viewers on Twitch, so my Twitch chat tends to be a lot more active, but I'm building a small little YouTube community over there. I appreciate all the YouTube lurkers. I think the YouTube community appreciates the YouTube streams, even if it's smaller.
Verstehe. Da ist ein versunkener Abschnitt, der die Türme mit den Anlagen verbindet. Wir gehen da wohl runter. Außer ihr wollt schwimmen.
Don't forget about you guys. I don't forget about you guys. I read the YouTube chat. I don't respond to every single comment, so if I don't respond to your message, sometimes it's just difficult in the middle of a speedrun, or it's like something I don't want to talk about right now. Because I've answered every question a bajillion times at being a streamer of this game, so sometimes I just don't want to answer the same question again. But I read all of the messages.
Ich habe eine sichere Übertragung vom Träger des Propheten an irgendwas namens High Charity abgefangen. Es scheint eine formelle Entschuldigung zu sein, an die Propheten der Wahrheit und der Gnade. Der Prophet der Wahrheit hatte wohl offensichtlich etwas vorschnell gehandelt, als er die Erde angriff. Er bittet die anderen Propheten, ihm sein verfrühtes Eintreffen zu verzeihen. Er behauptet, dass ihn niemand vor menschlicher Präsenz dort gewarnt hätte. Das erklärt, warum seine Flotte nur aus ein paar Schiffen bestand. Seltsam, dass ein Prophet nur so dürftige Informationen über die Heimatwelt seines Feindes hat.
I mean, you'd be surprised, Sammy. That's one of the most asked questions, is people ask, do you ever get bored answering the same question? It's gotta be like top 5. I get more bored of answering those kind of questions than actual relevant shit about the game. I would much rather people ask me something about Halo than some like meta bullshit like that. Do you ever get bored of being bored? Nope. I hate fun and I hate enjoyment. You know this. I tried to have fun once and I hated it. Never going back.
Der Träger des Propheten des Bedauerns hat gerade eine Antwort aus High Charity erhalten. Eine gut
Yeah, I've seen you smile.
der Wahrheit.
Shut up. Keep that a secret. Don't let anyone know.
Der Hass hat die Erfüllung unserer Allianz gefährdet und unseren großen Plänen geschadet. Dass dir eine öffentliche Zurschaustellung deines Versagens erspart bleibt, hast du nur dem Propheten der Gnade und seinem weisen Rat zu verdanken. Wahrheit, Gnade, Bedauern. 3 Prophetenhierarchen. Bedauern zu töten sollte der Führungsriege der Allianz einen Hieb versetzen, aber es hört sich an, als täten sie Wahrheit damit eher einen Gefallen.
Yo, an anonymous 1337 tip. Thank you so much for the support.
Euch retten.
And so it was done pretty scientifically. So we took every section we knew in the game that mattered, based on like waiting for dialogue. So there's some doors that just won't open until someone finishes talking. So we went and just made a list of all of those. And then we extracted the audio files from every single version and we made a big spreadsheet. And by we, I mean a guy named Chemist. He did it himself using like programmatic stuff. He like basically wrote software to do it. So then he compared every level, every version, and we found that German was 12 seconds faster than English. German is about 10, or Japanese is 10 seconds faster than English, so Japanese is still fast, but German is faster. And that's over the course of the entire game, so it really barely matters. 12 seconds over an hour and 20 minutes is really not that much, but when you're a speedrunner, it's free time. It's free real estate. No, I did not mean to lose my sword there. I should have considered backsmacking that guy for it.
Hier sind überall Ehrengardisten. Gut aufpassen.
Menschendreck, du besudelst diesen heiligen Ort.
Dude, you're a bastard. Oh, man. We would have been ahead of record if I didn't die there.
Die Allianz hat mehrere Phantom-Geschwader gestartet. So viele kann ich nicht ordnen, wir haben keine Zeit mehr. Da ist das Ziel, holt ihn euch. Es sind überall Ehrengaristen, gut aufpassen.
Oh, I hate this game. There's no way he sorted me like that. I was above him. I couldn't sort that guy because he was blue. Oh, that's really annoying. Man, why am I in here? I need to... Come on, keep on going. I need to keep going. I don't have to reset.
So viele kann ich nicht ordnen, wir haben keine Zeit mehr.
What? I've never... This game is so troll, dude. I cannot believe this regret fight. I'm dead again. Yep, you just see it coming. I hate this game. Man, this fight sucks.
Da ist das Ziel, holt ihn euch. Hier sind überall Ehrengardisten, gut aufpassen.
Spawn above me. Why do you spawn over there? Dude, where are you going? Okay, okay. Ugh. Man, we would have been ahead of record. Now we're 2 minutes behind. Very cool. I can still technically PB. I'm gonna keep going, but I have to play like perfectly till the end now. That's annoying. Honestly, some nonsense. I'm gonna keep going for sure, for now. If you look at best possible time at the bottom, my current best is a 123, so if I tie my golds, I can get a 122. But tying your golds for the second half of the run is incredibly difficult. It's like 0%. It's not gonna stop me from trying. I'll do another run after this. I'm not done. We'll do another run. Gotta capitalize on the big raid. Gotta keep on going. If you guys are enjoying this grind and you find it entertaining, don't forget to follow. I'll be grinding this until I get world record, pretty much. So, I understand if this run no longer interests you because we just lost a ton of time, but the grind will continue. We'd be more behind on PB splits. My PB's ahead of world record at this point. 225 versus 221. My PB is ahead of world record coming out of regret. That's why I use world record splits for the whole first half, because my PB's faster.
zur Bibliothek ist frei. Ich nehme euch auf den Vorsprung da vorne auf.
Guess you won't be seeing this one on YouTube, but you will not. Good time to call it quits and go to bed. I still need the practice though. That's fine. I don't consider this run a failure, even though we just lost a shitload of time. I was ahead of world record coming out of the start, which is always the goal. Just get more pace runs, get more good looks. Like, coming out of Delta Halo, I was only 6 seconds behind. 6 seconds is basically a tie. I was like tied with record through the whole first half. That's still encouraging.
Weiter zum Ziel! Wir bleiben hier, solange es geht! Schafft es mir vom Hals! Sperrfeuer! Sperrfeuer!
Yeah, John, but he meant as a upload as a PB video, not as the live stream. Yeah, but I do think I have another run in me. I'll try to do one more. It's pretty likely this run dies to the next level. If I die a lot on Gravemind, I'll just restart and do another run. Ain't no way. Miss my checkpoints. How did mine maybe not hurt you guys? Did this dude just bamboozle me too? Get his ass, half jaw.
Gebieter, was tun Sie hier?
He's got a he did not just shotgun me mid-animation! I got another good checkpoint somehow. I didn't think I got this checkpoint. Ain't no way that dude just shotgunned me.
Gebieter, was tun Sie hier?
Yo, Sneezy, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. That was 1 in 15 spawns if I was on easy. Those would have been perfect spawns. On legendary it doesn't actually matter because you're guaranteed to get every combination. But that would have been exactly what I want on an easy run. He just one-hit me? What? My checkpoints have been so forgiving. Who am I hearing? Is that everybody? Is there one more wave? Fuck, man. How did that miss? This guy has to die. Alright. I am going to still play up to Gravemind even though this run's dead. And then I'll restart.
Vorwärts, Krieger! Fürchtet weder Schmerz noch Tod! Los, Gebieter! Wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach!
Should I try to do a funny launch on this level? I kind of want to. I shouldn't, but I'm going to.
Weiter geht's, bin unterwegs.
You want me to throw away minutes to save 8 seconds? Check this out. Oh, I fucked it up. I needed those grenades to— oh god. This is why I shouldn't have done it. You know, I'm not gonna play out the level. I'm just going back. It's fine. When I'm doing funny tricks, it's time to quit caring about the run and do another one. If I'm not taking it seriously, what's the point? We'll do one more run. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom while the game boots. We go again. I just saw your message. Is 0 related to infinity? I'd say sorta. Because 1 divided by 0 is basically infinity.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gibt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
How much time does the German version save? It saves 2 seconds compared to Japanese. 12 seconds over English.
Das ist ja ein richtiger Auflauf.
Wenn Sie mich auf Knien sehen wollen.
On Master Chief Collection, they're all the same. It's only on Classic that it makes a difference. What up, Noobson? I'm counting the number of bumps, Bonehead. You need 8 good bumps on the first one, and I usually go for 9 or 10 on the second one. How could it be the same on MCC, though? They made it so that there's nothing that waits on dialogue specifically, it's all the same. They had to make the change because of online co-op. Halo 2 Classic doesn't have online co-op. You can only play on the same Xbox, which guarantees you're playing on the same language. On Master Chief Collection, that's not true. So one person might be on Japanese and one person might be on English. If that happens when you're playing co-op, then the game would glitch and break out because one person would finish the level slightly faster than the other. And it would make it where you couldn't do cross-game co-op like that. So they had to change the way Master Chief Collection works.
In Ordnung, Kontakt!
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Das treibe ich raus!
Getting any late game runs? Yeah, I've had a couple really good runs. I had one that almost PB'd that died kind of at Gravemind. And then I just reset just now to Quarantine Zone, but the real mistake was on Regret. Had a couple really good runs.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
We're in. This is the run.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
No.
geöffnet.
That was a sick ending.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
That wasn't sick.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche? Oh!
Nice little frame perfect sword fly.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Oh, you dickhead.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Ich folge Ihnen. Guard up. Oh oh.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Stupid Marine, get the fuck out of the way. Dude, Marine trolled my box. I'm trying to put the box in the right spot and he's just standing there. Menacingly.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Gonna work. So I hit the box 8 times there, but they weren't good bumps. So what I'm talking about counting to 8 good bumps is the screen reacts subtly different whenever you get a good bump versus a bad bump. And so I'm counting the number of times the screen shakes, and those count as bumps. It's very hard to tell when I'm doing them because most of the time I get good bumps, so you don't have anything to compare to. But when I'm playing, I can notice it.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Those were terrible bumps. I'll see if I can show it. So that was a good bump. That's a bad bump. Those are 2 bad bumps and 2 good ones. I don't know. It's really hard to see the difference. Did I discover bumping? Sorta. I was the one who found out how to make it consistent for speedruns. But it was actually found years ago by a guy named Grumpy. But we didn't really understand it back then. It wasn't until I had it happen to me on accident during one of my speedruns. And I knew it was the same glitch that Grumpy had. And then, since you have the same thing happen in a couple different ways, you get like data points to figure out how to recreate it. And from there, we figured out how to recreate it and make it consistent.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
But what happened was, I was doing speedruns on this level, and I can kind of show you what happened. So, I can't get up. I can't get it up. Let me up, damn it. I just bonked. Where was I even bonking? That corner? So, I was back before we did the skip, we had to kill these guys in this room, right? So I was killing these guys, and as I was doing it, I was like strafing them, and I was running into this railing over and over again. Let's see if I can make... Oh, my checkpoint's so far away. But eventually, using that railing, I accidentally fell through the map. I'll see if I can show it. It's a little harder on Legendary. So I was doing this, but killing all the enemies in here. And then eventually I like walked backwards and I fell out of bounds. And I was like, oh, what the fuck was that? I just fell out of the map. But once that happened, I started thinking, I was like, oh, that makes sense. I understand what's happening. So then I came back and I tried to do it again. And we realized that, like, if you get even more bumps rather than falling out of bounds, you can actually go through both walls. Show it on. Can I do it? Probably easiest still to do it here. So then we were like, oh shit, you can survive and go through shit. That's pretty cool. So then we started thinking, well, where's it useful? And the first place that we found that it could be useful was right here at the start of the level. I came up with this method. I called it the feng shui strats. This is like the most obscure method of ghosting ever. But using this furniture, if you push a bunch of shit in here. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Try that again. We used to do this at the start of a speedrun. It was never really full game viable because it was too inconsistent, but the individual record actually used this trick. Anikade was the first to set a record using it, but I came up with the strat. I taught it to him. So we would do this faster, but I'm gonna take my time and make sure I get it right. So you would rearrange the furniture to get the right feng shui. And you bring in the trash can. And you do this. If you do it right, you can go through the wall here. Come on. There we go. Feng Shui achieved. So that was the first ever useful ghost in the speedrun, was that. And you could do that fast enough to save time. It would skip having to go through, like, this whole room. Or you would, instead of having to come into this room and listen to all of the dialogue and then wait for the door to blow up, even though it took a while to move the box, it was still faster than waiting on all of this. And then eventually, we found you don't even have to do feng shui strats. If you get lucky, you can just use the single trash can. I'm not gonna get this first try. It's pretty random. But putting the trash can just in the right spot, and then just hitting it like once, you could go through the door, but the trash can has to like glitch and move as you hit it, so you're actually hitting it multiple times. So that was cool, but that strat was even worse. And then Nimbus came around and found that you can use this box. And ever since we found you could use this box, this has been the strat, because it's just the better strat.
Alarm, enter Truppen unterwegs.
But sometimes I do miss the feng shui.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, enter Truppen unterwegs.
No, Nimbus discovered that first and the second one that we do, the setup for both of them. Griffin helped optimize the setup to make it more consistent, but both of the ones that are currently used in the speedrun were found by the same guy, a guy named Nimbus. He also found the one we use on Arbiter. All three of them were that guy. He just spent a lot of time walking around humping shit until he started falling through walls and shit. Shoutouts to him. I actually kind of stopped speedrunning the game because of those tricks for like 8 years. They were really bad. Eventually Griffin helped make them more consistent, but they're actually, they really suck to do. They're harder than they look, and they're hard on the thumbs. They're at the very start of the speedrun, so they're really annoying. You have to do them a lot.
Waffenschränke öffnen.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Yeah, the Arbiter one sucks. I really hate the Arbiter one. Is it similar to the Giant Spartan glitch? No, not really. Unless you mean the single player version. There's a single player version where you can clip through the ground by yourself. The one that everyone remembers is using the Wraith. If you use a tank, you can like push the guy through the wall using a tank. That's like the popular method. There is a way to do it in single player though. And it is very similar to the single player method. The thing that makes the Giant Spartan giant is below the map there's a projection box that it projects the skybox to make it. So if you think about it, if something is really far away and you want it to look big, it would have to be massive, right? And so to save memory, instead of making the object massive, what it does is it tricks the game and it uses something really small and then it scales it up to be like 10 times as big as it really is, and it just projects that onto your screen. So even though the Spartan is normal height, he's in the projection box, which makes him 10 times bigger. It's the way that they make the background look more dynamic without having to have a bunch of giant objects that would take up too much memory. But yeah, it's very similar to the Ivory Tower Out of Bounds for sure, where you use the rocket launcher to melee. It's definitely similar to that. Yeah, skyboxes were just small projection boxes. Not every map has a skybox. There's a couple in campaign that have skyboxes, and then Burial Mounds is the only one in multiplayer that does. But skyboxes were standard programming practice of those days. Valve games like Half-Life also used skybox projection. It was just one of those things that video games used.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Outskirts has 2 skyboxes. There's one on this map that exists below the level, and then there's one on the beach area that exists below the level. By skybox I mean the projection skybox, noobs. Like, you can only do the giant hologram glitch on Burial Mounds. You can't do it on any other level. It has to do with levels that have dynamic shit in the background. If you look at those explosions happening, the blue balls that are up there, the gold one there, those are from the skybox, the projection room.
Sergeant, ich brauch sie auf dem Vogel.
Just think about how massive those explosions would have to be if they were truly how big they look. They would be ginormous. But to save memory, they're actually really small, and then they get made to look really big.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
If you've ever played Counter-Strike or Half-Life, you might have seen giant chicken holograms. You can use mods to like fly to the projection box and then spawn a chicken, and the chicken will project and be giant in the sky. It's kind of fun. Giant holographic chickens.
Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt.
Come back.
Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde.
Okay.
Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum die mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Das ist ernst, Mann! Weniger Zeit hier, mehr Zeit dort.
Yeah, there's one spot that's not used in the speedrun that could be on Oracle that saves like 15 seconds. But for the most part, there aren't many places where we would need to go through walls. One that people always ask about is Gravemind. Gravemind technically would work at the very start of the mission, but if you go through the first wall, you would also need to go through another wall because you'd be stuck in that room and the triggers wouldn't work. But if you could go through both of those walls, it would save time. But we don't currently know how to do either of them. So Gravemind is definitely one that has potential, but that's about it. Other than that, we're not waiting on any doors or walls to open. Like, well, I mean, we already have Glass Clip. A ghost would be slower than humping the wall. I mean, like, or humping the wall would be slower than just lunging through the glass. But yeah, I mean, technically one could be done there. But in general, we're mostly moving the entire speedrun. There's not very many places. Oracle at the very, very start would be one that we could envision to be useful, but we don't know one. Like, we could skip the popcorn room at the start of the mission, and that would save time and the level would function, but we don't know how to do it. But like, obviously there's no use for ghosting at this point. Like, where would we use one in the next few minutes? We're just driving. At the section where you have to blow up the Wraith, if you go in, we do know how to get inside that building early, but the level doesn't progress. You have to kill the Wraith and the Phantom either way, so it doesn't save any time there. So nothing useful on this level at all. Arbiter, we've already got one. There's a couple potential uses on Oracle. There's no chance of any on Delta Halo because we're just driving through the whole level. No real chance on Regret because we're not waiting on doors. No real chance on Sacred Icon for the same reason. I guess there is a very minor place where it could be useful on Sacred Icon. At the part where the elevator stops and you have to kill that Enforcer right before getting off of the horizontal gondola, instead of like going to the left and jumping under those sentinels, we end up doing a big U-shape. Technically, you could clip through that wall and save like 10 seconds of walking, But again, you have to use like 10 seconds to clip, so it wouldn't be useful. And we also don't know of one that's possible. But the speedrunners have thought. We do a lot of thinking. We do a lot of, like, it's not like we haven't looked for them. We have looked. That's bullshit.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Wraiths. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
No, the Phantom turret didn't blow up. Something survived on the Phantom.
Sir, Corporal Perez, Kompanie A, Kommandostand ist da drüben. Der Lieutenant wurde beim Absprung getroffen.
Wer hat jetzt das Kommando, Corporal?
Sergeant Banks, Ma'am. Er ist oben. Kommen Sie, ich zeig's Ihnen.
Als ich Verstärkung anforderte, dachte ich nicht an einen Spartan. Wir stecken in Schwierigkeiten.
You have grenades for me? Yeah, I want those. Don't kill me. Get down. Whew. That was spooky. No, I blew up that turret for a good reason, because sometimes the Marines will get on the turret in the next area, and they'll blow it up, and when they blow it up, it produces debris, and the debris can knock me off the front of the Scarab.
Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
Yeah, I've played a lot of other games. I used to play a lot of Fortnite when that was popular. I had like over 1,000 wins in the first couple years. I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike. I got to Global Elite on that game, and then switched to ESEA and got to A+ rank. I play a lot of chess. I've been grinding that. My peak is 2195 for online ranking or rating. I played a lot of Pokemon. Liked the first couple of gens of Pokemon. Not getting a check? Okay. I was actually really good at Fortnite. while Ninja was popping off with his career getting famous, I had more kills than him. He was obviously a much better streamer and entertainer, because I couldn't even stream the game. Like, my PC would, like, lag and crash. Cool. But I beat him, like, in 1v1 fights and stuff in the game. I was pretty nuts. But I couldn't really stream it, because my computer wasn't good enough. And I'm not, like, the entertainer type that he is. Bullshit, man. I don't want to restart. This run's dead, though. I can keep going. I'll see how the next level goes. Oh, I fucking hate this level. I used to like Arbiter a lot. Now it's like my least favorite level. Whatever. Oh, if am I gonna be more than a minute, Red? We'll see how if I'm more than a minute, I'll probably restart. I think it's gonna be less though, right? Oh, it's gonna be right around a minute. Fuck.
Kümmert euch ihn, Brüder. Ich verteidige das Orakel.
Yeah, I'm pretty good with mouse and keyboard. Probably washed up a little now, because I haven't played any FPS in a while on it, but I could pick it back up.
Schnappt euch ihren Anführer, aber passt auf. Ich schicke einen Phantom zur Unterstützung.
This game doesn't exist with mouse and keyboard, Night Hunter. This is the OG Halo 2. I don't play on Master Chief Collection, and that's intentional because I don't like that version at all. I have no interest in playing that fake game. The physics are different, the game's different, the tricks are different. I don't wanna play it.
Was ist hier passiert?
Also, Halo just feels natural on a controller. I play all the other FPS with keyboard and mouse, but Halo is built for controller. It feels better on controller. The movement, like the way that you can move more precisely, like with WASD you can only move at like 0 or 100% speed, but with the controller you can move at like 50% speed, and that gives you a lot of movement options in Halo. Like, even the pros in Halo Infinite, almost like all of them use controller. Like, the game's just built for controller. There was like 2 people or 3 people in the entire Halo World Championships that used keyboard and mouse. They're allowed to use it, but only like 3 people do.
Wir dürfen nicht aufgeben.
It's not just the aim assist, it's the movement. People don't understand how much different the movement is. The aim assist is one of the factors, but you move differently with controller. The left stick is like just as important as the aim. There's actually some people who use modded input so that they can use their left hand as a controller and their right hand as a mouse and keyboard to like gain both advantages. Because like there are people who really like the controller movement. The perfect input is left hand joystick, right hand mouse. That's like actually the perfect input.
Wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach.
It's very counterintuitive, but I don't know. Aim assist isn't as big a deal as people think. I know a lot of the keyboard players complain that the controller players have the huge aim assist advantage. They also have 20 years of experience advantage. The pros are good on controller, the pros are also good on keyboard and mouse, because Halo is a lot more than aiming. Aiming is such a small part of Halo skill. Halo skill comes down to map control and spawn rotation and working with your teammates and like understanding the flow of the game. And the pros are able to do that on either controller or keyboard. The reason you're getting beat up in matchmaking is not because of controller kids, it's because people are really good at fucking Halo. And they've been playing it for 25 years with no life. Yeah, Halo's a game with a ton of verticality. Jumping where you need to press forward at half speed is very useful. Like, to climb ledges, to move around the map fluidly. Like, you don't want to hold 100% speed, you want to hold 50% speed. And you can't do that with a keyboard. But a game like Counter-Strike, for example, is built for the opposite. There's not much verticality, and the stuff that does exist is like different. 36. Yeah, putting your head in the wall works on MCC. How many hours do I have in CS? Probably like 2,000 or 1,500 or something. I don't actually know. What number did I say? I said 20 or 30 something. Do you guys remember? Quick, somebody tell me. Oh god, I forgot. I said a number. 36? Thank you so much. Where's the fourth guy? Dude, ain't no way you're just chilling. You're just hanging out. Alright, that was pretty good. We're a minute behind record, but I don't want to reset yet. I can still save time on this level, and I can save time on the later levels. I don't want to reset just yet. I haven't played Counter-Strike 2. I kind of bounced off of Counter-Strike. I feel like I'm done with it. I don't really care to pick it up and grind it again. There was a period in my life where I loved grinding it, and I feel like I'm past that. Same with Fortnite. Like, I'm probably never gonna play Fortnite again, like, seriously. It was a lot of fun when I was grinding it, but I'm kind of over it. Fortnite is actually probably the most fun I ever had gaming outside of Halo 2 and 3. When Fortnite was, like, culturally relevant and, like, everyone was playing it, and it had viewers, it had content, it had community, Fortnite was, like, the closest thing to Halo 2 I've ever experienced. Like, back in the day for Halo 2 and 3, like, it was so popular that people were making content within the content. Like, people were making red versus blue videos, but not just the popular people. Lots of, like, smaller content creators. People were making screenshots, people were making game types, people were exploring the maps, they were finding glitches. Fortnite had, like, all of that, and, like, millions of people doing it. Fortnite was a blast when it was new and popular. I know people like to hate on it because it was a kid's game or whatever, but that game was good. That game was really good. It was the closest thing to a shooter like Halo 3.
Das hat gereicht. Die Station ist im freien Fall. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist unterwegs. Lasst ihn nicht entkommen. Wir bleiben hier, solange es geht.
My favorite run outside of Halo to watch. It's kind of changed over the years. I've watched kind of every speedrun though. Don't get me. Did I live? No, I died. Oh, if you die in the cutscene, you can't revert. I used to be like a really big fan of like Mario 64 speedruns, for example, but I don't watch them nearly as much. But those are sick. I used to like the original Super Mario Bros. Spyro was really cool for a while. Spyro speedruns are cool. Don't kill me again. Okay, I lived this time. Zelda. I like a lot of the Zelda content creators like Wind Waker and Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Those were pretty fun to watch. I like Distortion stream a lot. He streams a variety of games, but he used to do Resident Evil, which I enjoyed. Dark Souls, he was really good at. If you mean outside of, within Halo, but outside of Halo 2, Halo 1 and 3 are my next favorites, and then all of the rest. I really like Pokemon speedruns. There's some really, like, smart people running Pokemon that, like, they're saving, like, 1 frame because of text, or, like, the way that they save time is sometimes pretty complicated. They come up with some really cool ways to save time in Pokemon.
Kommando, einer neuen Flotte oder einem Versprechen auf Ruhmreich. Sehen Sie sich umgebieten. Wie viele andere Einrichtungen erforscht auch diese den Schmarotzer. Aber wo sind die Waffengebieter? Was ist herausgesprochen? All die investierte Zeit und Mühe unserer Blutsväter, nur um diese Geschöpfe auf Eis zu legen.
Do you find any difference in how you looked at it if you talk in chat or not? Yeah, if you mean like with like my check mark and whatnot, like some people recognize me. But a lot of the speedrun people, I've been doing it for so long. I've been watching them before I... Oh, how locked in you are. Oh, I can't fucking read. Yeah, okay. Locked, not looked. Yeah, I can't read. I would probably play better if I had looked at chat less, but it also, like, I've been streaming for 5 hours. If I was here without chat for 5 hours, I would not be still playing. I would be doing something else. So in a way, it keeps me just distracted enough that I'm still having fun. But whenever I'm on, like, a sick run, I definitely read chat less. I start to lock in. This isn't a sick run, though, so I can just kind of chat and game, and... It's still practice. It's really boring. Like, if I wanted to, if my goal was only to set 6 speedrun times, then I would just do it off stream and grind, and I could do that, but then I'm not making stream income, I'm not having fun, I would just be grinding records, and I would not enjoy that nearly as much. Yeah, I could take the nails route, and it definitely works. Like, without distractions, it's a little bit easier. But also, Nails has probably made less money speedrunning than, like, people in 15th place. You know? Oh my god. Go again. What up, Dragon?
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gebt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Yeah, the loading screen's pretty nostalgic, isn't it? Is this a run? Hopefully. I probably don't have much more in me. I think I've got one more run out of Cairo. My hands are getting a little tired. Actually, what time is it? It's 6 o'clock. Yeah, I've only got time for one more run.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Generational wealth? I don't know about that. I guess if you mean by the raid. Yeah, I get what you mean. You're saying distortion passes it on to me. I mean, raids really are super useful like that. If you're like friends in a community with people and you're a popular streamer, you can really help out your other friends. It's a pretty cool system, the way raids work. I really appreciate everyone who stayed lurking around after Distortion's raid. Chat's been popping, runs have been okay. It's been a good time.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Yeah, Ray from Rooster Teeth hit me with the raid like when that would have been 2013, right? Either right before my AGDQ 2014 run or right after. Ray hit me with a couple big raids. Definitely helped my channel pop off. That was a good year for my— oh, you bastard! Fucking teammate naded me.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Yeah, barcode. Stuff like that's crazy how, like, you can just get kind of lucky and pop off. You know, that's how Myth basically got his career. Summit rated Myth back in Fortnite. I don't know if you know who Myth from Fortnite was, but he was, like, just some, like, very small streamer, but he was good at, he was, like, the first guy building. And he was, back when everyone else was terrible at building, he was one of the better people. He could build quickly and efficiently. And Summit rated him, so Myth, like, shit on Summit, and then Summit went and looked him up and, like, found out, rated him, and then Myth's entire career blew up off of that. Just off of, like, one raid. What up, Judgernaut? You gaming tonight?
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
You'll be there? Hell yeah. Who's the biggest streamer in chat? Probably Barcode, but unless Distortion's still lurking. But actually a lot of famous people watch me on and off. The top bit contributor is Panenkoic, who is very popular on YouTube for Mario content. There's a surprising amount of, like, niche internet celebrities who lurk in my chat. Yo, Droops, thank you for the sub, as well as Weeps a lot. Thank you, guys.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Deckung! Das ist nicht in Ordnung, Sir. Okay,
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
There's a popular League of Legends caster who watches my stream pretty regularly.
Alarm,
A lot of big YouTubers. Which one? Nymera, I think is— I don't even actually know how to say his name because I don't watch League. But he's pretty well known, I think. I probably say his name wrong. I always feel bad when, like, some famous person, like, comes into my Twitch chat and, like, my Twitch chat's like, oh my god, it's you, and then I, like, completely butcher their name because I have no idea who they are. That happens more often than it should.
Das ist keine Übung. Schränke öffnen.
No. How did I miss that? Ugh, this is bad. It's acceptable. Checking egos at the door. Yeah. Crouching resets your hitbox. It guarantees I'm always on the same offset every time I start the trick.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Because as I'm walking through the level, I like slightly bump a wall, and that actually changes your hitbox slightly. So just to guarantee that it's exactly the same before I start the trick.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
You wish you could grow that beard? It's not as glamorous as it sounds. It's actually pretty cumbersome. My beard grows way too fast. I go from shaved to like bearded so quick, it just gets in the way. It's one of those grass is always greener on the other side. Curly hair people want straight hair people want curly hair. I would prefer my beard to not grow so fast.
Ich glaube es nicht, die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor.
Nee, das ist übel.
Folgt mir.
Wirklich übel.
I told this story quite a few times on stream, but I used to get in trouble for my beard hair in high school. My high school had very strict dress code, and we weren't allowed to show any stubble at all, no facial hair. And so what started happening was I would shave in the morning, and by the time school let out, I would have apparent stubble. And I would get sent to the principal's office for not shaving, even though I shaved in the morning. I'd be like, I shaved this morning, I don't know what you want from me. Like, do you want me to start shaving during class? Eventually they like stopped getting me in trouble for it, but like if I ever missed like more than a day in a row, I'd get in trouble.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines. Absturzstelle.
Our school had an extremely strict dress code for hair and clothes and everything. Our hair wasn't allowed to be past our earlobes or touch the collars of our shirt, so it couldn't be long at all. We had to be completely clean shaven. We had to wear collared shirts. We had to wear polo style collared shirts. They had to be solid color without designs. They had to have a logo no larger than 1 inch. We had to wear solid color khaki pants. We had to wear solid color shoes, and they couldn't be gang colors. No multicolored shoes, no red or blue shoes. They had to be neutral colors like brown, black, tan, dark blue. Our shirts had to be tucked in. We had to wear a belt.
Sergeant, ich brauch Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung.
If we didn't have a belt, we would get written up and sent to the office.
Tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Oh, come on.
Ma'am?
Is that my last run, or do I got one more? I'm gonna give it a couple more tries. I can't go. I think I'm gonna stop. If I don't have a run going by 6:30, I'll stop. I'll do one more attempt. So what you're saying is I'm just as popular as a presidential candidate. Let's go, Mono for president! Elect me! I turned 35, you guys are gonna vote for me, right? I'm not there yet. Give me a couple years. I could do it better than these old people we keep electing.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I don't know your positions, but I'd vote for you. I am very left-leaning in general, but I understand some of the right viewpoints. Like, I understand why people would want to own guns, but I think that guns should be slightly more difficult to get. Like, similar to a car, you should have to pass a test to prove that you should be able to own a gun. I don't understand why that's so controversial. We have to pass a test to drive a car. We should have to do the same to own a gun.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I don't think that they should be completely removed from society because I get that they're a thing that people like historically for hobbies, for hunting, for collecting. But I grew up in Texas, and you can literally go to a gun show and buy a gun when you turn 18 without any waiting period, without anything. Like, my brother bought an AK-47 legally when he was, I think he was 21 and I think he might have been 20 and I was 18. I don't know. All I know is we walked into a gun show and walked out with an AK-47 for $1,500. Like, it should not be that easy. That's just, it's too much. Gun shows are crazy. If you guys don't know what a gun show is, if you've ever been to like a video game convention where there's like booths and booths of like, you know, people are like advertising their video game or trying to sell their merch of like t-shirts and stuff, a gun show's exactly the same thing, but instead of selling video games and t-shirts, they're selling guns at every single booth. And it's just a private owner selling his guns. It should not be that easy. Yeah, all cash as well, untracked. Like, so there's no tracking. There's no.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
That's just absurd.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
But in general, I'm left on all of the social issues. Let people live their. This shouldn't even be a left viewpoint. This should be a libertarian viewpoint. Let people live their lives however the fuck they want. If they want to be gay, let them be gay. Like, if it's 2 adults having sex, if it's 3 adults having sex, if it's 40 adults having sex, I do not give a shit what they're doing. Like, why does that matter to anybody? That's like, that should be a libertarian viewpoint, but for some reason that's considered left. None of that shit matters. Like, skin color, sex, gender, any of that literally is none of my business. I do not give a shit. That should not be a left-leaning issue. That should be a libertarian issue.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Wasn't the last attempt like 20 attempts ago? Yeah, well, I said I wanted one more good one, and it wasn't a good one. Next one out of Cairo is probably my last, but I'm gonna focus up. I'm gonna stop ranting about politics. I'm gonna try to get at this level. If I'm not out in like the next 10 minutes, then I'm gonna have to end stream.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Well, because you're on Twitch, Vash, I assume you're younger, so your circle's pretty younger. The older people definitely are not so open-minded. And they tend to vote a lot more and have a little bit more power. Unfortunately, we keep electing dinosaurs. Yeah, I'd say under 40 is youngish. I'm talking like the 60 to 70 crowd is not so happy with letting people do whatever they want in the bedroom. And they vote like 10 times the rate as the younger crowd. Ain't no way that just fell off of your gun.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Yeah, Justin, I stopped the subathon at exactly 100 days.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
Is that gonna alert this guy? Where's he at? We safe? Stay. Okay. Somehow that worked. That probably shouldn't have worked. Yeah, middle-aged by life, but I mean old. When I say older, I mean like the old people, like the 60-plus crowd. The people that aren't on the internet, really. Alright, one more. I'm 31, so I'm younger than you, and I don't consider myself, I'm like, but still like, tangentially in the same generation, half a generation off. I think 30 to 40 is definitely slightly old, but not old. Anyone younger than me is a baby. Anyone older than me is an old man. 31 is the only age that should exist.
Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
It is kind of funny how your perspective changes as you get older. Like when you're a child, like in elementary school, the 6th graders are old, you know? And then when you get to high school, the seniors are old. And then you get to college and anyone that like has a real job is old. And then you become actually old and you realize that, wait a minute.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochführen dicht machen.
Thank you for the resub, Nazadan. Welcome back. No! Okay. It's not that slow. I saved it. I think this is my last run right here. This one right here is my last one. We got distracted. We started ranting politics. I gotta focus up. This is... If it dies, it dies.
Genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Yo, Blue Hex with the big gift bag. Thank you so much.
Na los jetzt. Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Really appreciate that. Still gonna be my last run. If he dies, he dies. That's right. Sweep the leg.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auf.
Oh, he died.
Sind am Ball.
Fuck. Alright. That's it. Thank you so much for the support, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the fun chats. Thank you so much for the raid distortion and everyone who stuck around from it. But I'm out for tonight. I gotta go. I'll be back again tomorrow. I probably should have raided somebody. Say Zeward. Oh, Sloth is live. Can we still raid Sloth? I'll try to hit him before it runs out. I know I'm still live on YouTube.